What's going on, guys? So tonight's live stream is going to be a little different. We're going to start it off like this. Hey, man.
What's up, brother?
What up?
Enjoyed that national anthem.
Yeah. I think it's something that people need to think about, though, more than it just being the national anthem and something we just say at the game and everything, because that's not what the writer wanted us to do.
No, but again, I
And I,
don't think the writer could have looked at that far into the future.
right. But he did look at what they just went through to be where they were.
Right?
And that's the fire we need to have.
This is true. I'm gonna try the
What?
chat thing because I know it wasn't working the other
What's up, Lo-Fi?
day. Is my background noise too loud?
Yeah. But our wonderful governor here, who acts like he's trying to become supreme leader, has decided that we need to raise the age to buy a firearm to 21 versus 18. How does it
I
work?
don't like that.
And my whole thing's always
I think
been,
it,
if you're old enough to get drafted, you are old enough to drink alcohol, buy guns, and smoke cigarettes, because at quote unquote 18, you are a man, son. Well, if
right.
that's the
Well, in our
case,
day, it was a
then
14-year man.
yeah, well, I think if one of Aaron's favorite subjects came up, and that was that if the bullshit in the family court stuff didn't start, and families were supposed to still be a sacred thing
Right.
of a husband and wife. And yes, there are good times. Yes, there are bad times. But the thing is can you get through those together? And a lot of people
Right.
just poof. Oh, it's getting too hard. I'm out of here. Or they turn
Right.
into a big fucking dick face prick that actually needs a woman right then to almost curl up the fist and knock some sense back into him, down to, hey, bro, remember, You loved me. You fell in love with me. I'm not being out of hand. You just dumped $10,000 into whores and other shit, and I'm not supposed to be mad. No, no, she has every right to kick his ass then. But does she bounce
Right?
out? No. You know, I mean, it's
No,
supposed to go
couples
both
need to.
ways, even though the man is supposed to lead the family, but it's not a leadership role like I'm a boss or I'm a king, because that's not really the position.
Right. And it's sad that most
What
marriages
the?
fail because nobody wants to fight. You know what I
Well, that
mean?
kind of goes with, or it's a you want to fight, but it's not fight for each other,
It's
it
fight
seems
with.
like. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna have to
What
put my
up, brother?
speaker in here.
What's that?
Not much. So here's you did you watch that reel I sent you
Yeah.
Which one?
for both of you for Gavin Newsom?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. What's up, Dobbs?
But
Not
So
a whole lot, brother.
so this guy wants to raise the age to 21 to buy firearms,
right.
which okay, we could do that, but how about we do this? You can't draft anybody till they're 21.
Right. I was just about to say something about that. It's okay to change, change
And
the legal age to 25. But what about the guy?
no,
What
to
about the kid
21.
that's just out of high school that's 18 going to for his country? What is he supposed to do? Pick up a fucking rock?
Right? I mean, heck,
You know what
if
I
you
mean?
can shoot, the thing was about this whole Second Amendment and everything, they realized that, okay, even an 18-year-old, if he can be firing a cannon and carrying the newest combat rifle or newest rifle, period, because a lot of the rifles in the personal arms were higher developed than the military, because the military has to go through red tape and file papers and smooth bore versus rifle bore and stuff like that. So it takes them a lot longer to get the weapons that are the newest thing, whereas civilians have always been able in this country. What's up, Maria? How are you, hon? To straight up go and get new technologies. You know, most of the new designs were coming off of regular people,
Right.
you know, and so it's not like, it'd almost be a downgrade to go from your personal rifle that you could own as a 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old kid or person versus somebody that now they're going to a military rifle and it's a smoothbore versus their precision rifle that they had at home. I mean, this whole thing of, you can't own military weapons is a bunch of crap that our government keeps spitting out, which is all not facts, you know. But at the same time, I do agree that, if you do own one of these actual, real, fully automatic machine guns, yes, please keep it in a safe that's more than just something the average Joe has in his house. But
I feel like you were
keep it locked.
directing that to me.
No, no, but you know, if you've got your class 3 permit, which that's what you need to have a fully automatic weapon in at least on the west side legally.
Right.
So you file for your class 3, well, they're not supposed to deny you for these things. If you've got no problems with the law or anything, what's up, Spider Baby? How are you, hun? And uh-oh. I kind of wanted your input on some of this, Dobson. So, you know, I mean, I think if you're legally okay, you know, then why not? And there's not really a not legally okay.
Right. And my biggest problem with is always going to be the fact that they can take our kids from the age of 18 and send them over to fight a fucking war that we have no business being in. There's no reason for the war other than greed. But yet they're saying when they come home, you can't own a gun until you're 21. You can't buy cigarettes until you're 21. You can't buy alcohol until you're 21. Then if they're going to change all this shit to 21, they need to change. You can't join the fucking army until you're 21.
Right?
Any branch of the fucking military. But instead of doing that, they're talking about bringing the fucking draft back.
Right.
You know. And some I think some of America will stand by and allow that draft to happen, but I think a lot of it's going to be like, fuck you ain't taking our kids, man. You know?
What about them changing the draft age? Because now it's 18 to 45.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be they wouldn't take anybody past the age of 35, 27, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Now they're taking clear to 45 years old. Hell, they can still draft my ass.
Yep, me too.
I tried doing when I was 18. They told me I was too fat, and I said, "Well, fuck you, I'm out of here." Best thing ever happened to me.
See, and I tried joining at 18 and found out that I had varicose veins and.
Well, what the hell's varicose veins got to do with not being able to fucking shoot somebody, man?
Because
I enlisted and had a car accident day before boot camp. Kicked my ass right back out.
Supposedly, with their hard training, the varicose veins could rupture or some bullshit. I mean, it's stupid. To me, it's really stupid. But yeah, standing, you get your feet filled with blood more, you know, shit like that. But you know what? They got compression socks and shit like that.
Right.
What's up, Big Matt? You know, and then this universal background check. Well, they already do background checks, and that's what they're lying to people about is they do a background check anytime you go to a gun shop. You know, the FFL firearms dealer normally calls, you know, into the Department of Justice and says, hey, is this guy clear? Here's all his information, you know. Yes, he's clear. Okay, cool. Here's your firearm, you know, or the person, you know. There's their firearm. In California, it's this stupid, okay, well, you got to wait 10 days. Well, during that, it was supposedly to stop people from buying firearms in the heat of passion. What's up, Ashley? How are you, hon? Hope you and the family are all good. And it was supposedly to stop people from buying firearms in the heat of passion and going and shooting them, their partner or whatever, you know, which I think's stupid anyways and a fucking cop out, you know. That'd be like saying, well, all the coke they were doing in the 80s is the reason why this fatal love was happening. I mean, come on. It just take a little bit of accountability for yourselves. Which, if you're going to cheat on somebody, well, then just break it off with them. It's easier. But they also want to do no assault weapons, which honestly, as well as I do, and so does everybody in here. You throw a rock at somebody and it hits them, that rock was the assault weapon. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So how far are you going to take it? And it's like, I almost wish I could find some hit and run or something like that, or a drunk driving accident or something, and be like, okay, dude, what's going on, Coyote? Rain and snow. Damn.
Don't forget the
You
red
can
spot,
keep
baby.
that.
Sounds like you.
Aw. That sucks, Spider Baby.
What sucks?
She hungry.
Oh yeah. I'm sure
And
when
like
you spot
Aaron's
somebody on
saying,
here, you can toss your salad spot, baby.
assault is an action, not an object, which is true. And yes, no matter what type of firearm, I mean, most
Yeah,
of them just fit in
I'm,
the safe.
I'm not a gun owner, you know me, but
Yeah.
If you shoot somebody with a 22 pistol, or you shoot somebody with a fucking AR, you still assaulted them, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, what the fuck makes the difference?
Well, it's true, but I mean, think about this one. You throw a tomahawk at somebody.
Oh, I could fuck somebody up with tomahawk.
Exactly. I mean, but that's still an assault weapon.
Yep, that's an assault weapon.
Or
if
that
we punch
was
somebody
a
in the
weapon.
mouth, they call it assault, man.
Right.
We
And
used to
that's
call
what
that
I said.
attitude adjustment. Now it's called assault. Now it's jail time.
Right. And see, my whole thing is, and that goes back to what Aaron says, assault is an action, which is true. Whatever you're using becomes a wet, if you're using something, I mean, heck, they got those guys that are trained and supposed to register their fists and stuff like that, or their body and stuff, from being badass martial artists and stuff type shit, because they are deadly. I mean, that doesn't just, oh, hey, we're going to have to put you under. We're going to have to put you down because you're, even though the dude's never done anything to nobody, but he's that skilled. Up, we got to put you down. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, that's, if you pepper spray someone, it's an assault. Or a pepper. So if I fart on somebody, is that an assault fart? Yes. Yes, it is. Man, this stupid tablet. What a time to take I want a queen.
Emptying out a White Owl blunt. Can you guess what I'm going to do with it?
Throw it at Maria and assault her with it.
I would just split it like normal people do, but I can't fucking do it, man. I can't roll it like that.
Yeah. My favorite, though, is this one also. Is we have all these laws on the books and everything, but oh, hey, they don't enforce them. And number two, the biggest thing, criminals don't give two shits
Yeah.
about laws. That's why they are called criminals. Adding
Well,
new
they're not
laws,
law-abiding citizens, that's for sure.
exactly, they're non-law abiding citizens. So for a law-abiding citizen to go own an RPG or some tanks or whatever the hell they want should be okay because he's a law-abiding citizen. You don't see him out doing tread, which is the movie where the guy made, which was a real life story, where the guy made the Killdozer and plated up a dozer and went to town ramming through buildings and all kinds of stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, you're not out doing that, then who really gives two shits that you have a tank or a Willys Jeep from World War II? You know, yes, that's cool that you got it, but you know, same with the guy that's got one of the German, you know, little patrol cars or whatever. You know, Ashley wants to go buy an M60 or, you know, something. Cool. Let her go buy the M60. You know, I feel bad for whoever's paying for the ammo price or ammo, but yeah, you know, and that's something they don't think about too is not all these people are going to go out and buy machine guns and run around dispersing rounds like it's nobody's business, especially with the
I want
cost of
something got
ammo.
more power myself.
Huh?
I want something with more power myself.
Yeah.
It has more distance. You know, I don't want to be a hands-on kind of guy. You know, I want to be setting off from a
Yeah.
distance somewhere, Garcano style.
What's going on, Johnny? Yeah.
Johnny!
See, and that was something that I thought was ridiculous, but I appraise Barrett for it. Is California had a 50 cal ban. You could not own a 50 caliber
Muzzle loader?
BMG. No, BMG.
Oh, okay. The only 50 caliber I've ever
So,
been around was a muzzle loader. So
yeah, well, you couldn't
that's what
have a
I'm thinking.
Barrett 50 cal BMG or any
Right.
other company that made the BMGs, the 50 cals. So
That's
when
definitely BFG.
LAPD called, LAPD called asking for Barrett to ship them these 50 cal rifles. Barrett told them no because that's breaking the law.
Right?
You know,
What's police gonna do with 50 cal 50 cal rifle?
50 caliber sniper rifles.
Yeah, I'd go through a fucking
Um,
wall, wouldn't
yeah,
it? And kill whatever's on the other side of it.
yeah,
They don't need no shit like that. They're supposed to
right.
be trained to go in there and whoop somebody's ass, ain't they?
Supposedly,
I'm just
but
saying.
even they know that they ain't got no chance on some of
Are they
those
trained to
criminals
protect and
down
serve? Or are they
there.
trained to be a bunch of bitches?
A little bit of both.
I
More on the other tyrant side.
was watching a fucking video, bikes versus cops, dude running from the cop on his bike, and
Oh, dude, that
cop
some of those
cop
piss
kept
me
telling him,
off.
"I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot you." I'm like, I wish you would, motherfucker. Somebody would have fucked
What's going
you up.
on, Squirrel? Well, that one cop, um, straight jumps. Dude's riding his Harley, and I mean, he's just riding his Harley. You know, is what it shows on the video
Right.
of the camera. footage, and he's cruising along, not doing nothing illegal on the footage that they show. And cop bumps him, like straight. I forgot what that shit's called, but that bump move that they do, um, where they pit maneuver. He straight pit maneuvered this dude on a motorcycle. Yeah. In the county they were in, dude wasn't wearing a helmet. And I'm sitting there going, dude, even if dude was doing wheelies and shit 20 minutes ago, you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't try and pit maneuver him, which sent him over an embankment and then onto his head.
Yep.
And he's not even wearing a helmet, and it's like, dude, I hope you get charged for attempted murder. Because that's exactly what you're doing right there.
Especially when, like you said, they didn't even show him doing anything wrong in the first fucking place. And if he did run a stop sign or fucking whatever, he didn't do anything to fucking die for.
Right. And it's like, man, this stuff, or like out here, I've heard it when I was growing up as a kid, and I didn't understand it then, and I still don't understand it. You're armed, and you're a law enforcement officer. You're armed, you're running down after a suspect. Okay?
Yep.
And I honestly think a lot of these cops just get tired of running, and I thought he had a gun.
Yeah. I got tired of chasing him, so I shot him in the back. I seen a gun, I swear I did.
Yeah, yet for us, as people in our own home, I'm sitting here tonight, all of a sudden, the front door gets kicked in, and dude walks into the house, and I pop his ass from sitting right here on the couch and kill him. I'm going to jail.
Yep.
Because he didn't fire a round first.
That's when you just pick up his hand and squeeze the trigger.
But I mean, I shot a dude for breaking into my house.
Yep.
Fuck the fact that,
even in Ohio, we're allowed to do that.
Right. Armed or not, I should be able to defend my home and everything else. But nope. Not here. They make it to where the criminal breaking into my house has more rights than I do.
Yep.
Defending my house. Which it's just like when they deemed, our methamphetamine problem not to be a problem. So instead of, oh, hey, let's keep that really illegal. No, it's a misdemeanor for an ounce, but don't get caught with an ounce of pot at the same time,
Yep.
During that same amount of time, if you got caught with an ounce of pot, it was more of a penalty than getting caught with an ounce of meth. And it's like, dude, what are you guys doing? What are you guys?
I used to get so mad every time I'd see a drug bust on the news. There'd be like 200 pounds of weed, but motherfucker had fucking 300 pounds of coke and meth too. It's like, God damn it, man. See, why can't you have that other shit for,
Right? If you'd have just stuck with the pot, they probably wouldn't have busted you.
Yeah, we wouldn't even have seen that shit on the news, man. But no, you had to sell the other shit too. Supply and demand, motherfucker. Supply and demand. Yep.
And I almost wonder, because they're also talking about wanting, it's not in the 28th Amendment.
Body, no crime.
But they're also talking about well, there'd be discharging a firearm in the city limits.
Right.
Which, I mean, dude, you hear it in town all the time, but you don't see the cops going to their houses and stuff.
Right.
You know, and looking at the Butte County group and stuff, there's shootings in parts of towns that there was never shootings in when I was growing up.
Right.
You know, what up, Big Slim?
That's because middle class is turning into the ghetto with the fucking prices, man.
Yeah, well,
Ain't no middle class no more, man. It's fucking poor and it's rich. Period.
yeah,
They got it.
which is a huge problem.
Yep. And the poor still working every day to supply the rich.
Yep.
Feed the rich. Always feed the
Well, it falls under that whole tax thing, and everybody's
It's
got the
never
Social
so-
Security
Right.
number, so we all get taxed.
Yep.
You know, and it's sad to say that we are no longer the land of the free.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna play that silly commercial the Tyrant Man has made. Let's see.
Yep. Silencer and no body, no crime.
Yeah.
Trash compactors work out nicely sometimes. Or
Yeah.
acid. What's that acid they use in Breaking Bad? Shit, I can't remember. He uses some acid in Breaking Bad. There ain't nothing left. It dissolves the metal and all.
Yeah.
And they had to put it in plastic because Jesse's dumbass put it in the bathtub and it ate through the bathtub. Piranhas, yeah. Tank full of piranhas always comes handy. My piranhas never go hungry.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Yeah. You and your dumb pro. Hurry up with your stupid commercials.
Wants to add a new amendment to the United States Constitution. It would take a stand against gun violence and a lack of action by Congress.
Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Granda joins us live in studio to explain more on this. Carlos.
Well, that's what the governor said this morning. He says this certainly takes a stand against all the gun violence that we're seeing across the country and the fact that Congress so far has not done anything. Now, he says the amendment will place in the Constitution gun safety measures that he says Democrats, Republicans, independents, and gun owners would support while leaving the Second Amendment unchanged. Now, this is part of the proposal. It would raise the minimum age to buy a gun from 18 to 21. It would also mandate universal background checks. It would establish waiting periods when buying guns and prevents people from buying assault rifles.
Now that right there shows how illiterate he is, because the point of the mandatory universal background checks, he obviously doesn't know what goes on when you go to buy a gun at a gun store.
Right.
The established waiting period So he wants more of, instead of what was mad love violence, it turned out to be more like, I want to say her name was Sharon Carter in New Jersey. She was waiting to buy a gun because her ex was so crazy
Mm-hmm.
or violent, whatever. He should have been locked up.
The cops wasn't doing nothing
But
about it as usual.
they weren't the state of New Jersey was not moving on processing her paperwork
Right.
so she could possess a firearm. There shouldn't have to be any of that shit.
Right.
Except, hey, is she?
And if there is, then she should be able to call somebody, say, "Hey, can you shoot this motherfucker for me? I'll give you the bullet back when I get mine." You know.
But I
Police
mean,
ain't gonna do nothing about it. You know, if they ain't gonna do nothing about him, they shouldn't do nothing about her taking him out. But that's
right?
not how America works.
Nope.
And I don't know why we're still allowed to go the way it's going. I
Because
understand. Everybody says, "Well, everybody's just talking about it, and nobody doing nothing about it." And they're right. All I'm doing is talking about it because I'm not dumb enough to go up there by my goddamn self, a one man show. Because y'all ain't never even gonna see me on fucking news. You ain't gonna hear nothing from me after that. I'm gonna disappear
right,
in Guantanamo Bay, and I'll be hanging out with Tupac the rest of my life. You know?
right. And the sad thing is it's just as bad as those gun-free zones. And the thing is they're all focused on that dude up in Maine who was an actual military rifle instructor
Right.
who in July was called himself and said he felt like killing people and killing himself.
Right.
And all the cops did was come over, "Hey, how you doing? Are you okay? Yeah, you're good. Bye."
Yeah. You ride his gun store for some more ammo?
Yeah, you know.
You bring you anything? Xanax?
And here he is doing this, but what not very many people caught, and I didn't hear it on the news at least, was that bowling alley he went in and shot 7 people with at. And the dude, the owner's son, took a knife at him to defend himself.
Yeah.
That bowling alley was deemed a gun-free zone to keep it family friendly.
Right.
So this dude is focusing on the weak and stuff like that. I mean, how much more can we say that this sounds like an action thriller where the dude ended up actually being paid by the military or paid by the
Right.
government to start this shit so they could get weapons
You
taken
probably got a
away?
house in Maui right now.
Yeah. And I mean, but at the same time, is there really anybody doing anything?
Right.
Like you said.
Yep.
And that's the problem is I think somebody needs to
I mean,
actually
there's still people who believe 9/11 was a fucking terrorist job from another country. I mean,
yeah.
because, America's full of sheep, man. Karens that complain about things that don't affect them whatsoever, but they have nothing to say when it comes to domestic terrorism.
Well, that's kind of like it just Sorry, I was reading Spider Baby's comments. But it doesn't make sense to me.
Damn. Salad wasn't that good.
That sucks. That sucks. But it seems to me that, I think I don't know, there needs to be an organization or something where they're not asking for millions of dollars,
Right.
To join. I mean,
What?
it needs to be,
That's what you bought me from. Let me see. Jeffrey. Maria sends me a picture. I gotta show you something here real quick. I ain't got no shirt on. Y'all might see my titties.
Oh wow.
Maria's in. She went to town today because it was first of the month, and she went to the tobacco store after she left Walmart. She sends me a picture.
Yeah.
She got blunt wraps. I said, and she sent me a picture of this White Owl. And it says 2 cigars. I tore it off. I said, babe, that's cigars. She's like, I know, but that's the only pineapple they had. So I just told you I was taking tobacco out of a White Owl. So it's not tobacco anymore. Okay. And I handed it to her. She's like, Jesus Christ. That's what you brought me for a fucking blunt. So there's your fucking blunt.
Damn. That sucks, Spider Baby. But I think there needs to be some type of change, I mean, honestly, maybe it's time that California gets together and tries once again to get this guy out of office. Because he's gonna
get
try
a lot of them out of office. That's the problem. We got these lifetime seats in the fucking Congress, State House, whatever the fuck it is, and we need to end that shit first and foremost. No more lifetime seats for any of these old bastards, just so they can sit in there with the oxygen tank and vote no on every fucking thing. Anything that doesn't benefit them benefits the people. They wake them up long enough to vote no, and they go back to sleep. I mean, they're kind of like our president.
But, well, look at one of the last Feinstein videos. They're actually telling her what to say.
Right.
And get caught on camera verbally telling her what to say. Which is illegal as fuck.
Right. But yeah, we need to kick most of them motherfuckers out. If not all of them, I'm leaning toward all of them. They all need to go. And we need to start back over with about, I don't know, maybe a 20, 30 man government. No more fucking parties, just the United States government. No fucking Democrat, Republican, fucking none of this bullshit. You're either for the people or you get the fuck out.
Yeah, but so many people have different blends of ideas. I mean, there's people that think that we don't need firearms, like our military. And I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. No, I've never used a firearm in a violent situation.
I think
I've had them used against
my personal opinion. I think the world would be better off if guns were never fucking invented in the first place. But that's for everybody, not just and that's for the first gun ever fucking built. But where we're at now, that doesn't matter. Where we're at now, they are a fucking necessity.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
There's no way to go back in time and stop what's already been done. And, the fact that there's how many guns in America for every man, woman, and child? Isn't there like 5 guns per every person? Something like that.
There's 109 from the recent poll I did. There's 109 guns for every 100 people.
So yeah. That still seems low compared to the reality. There's a lot of guns. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, honestly, dude, think about this. How many times really, if the way it was and the way it actually is written is, if you do a gun crime, you're up shit creek with no paddle.
Right.
Is how it was written, you know.
But yeah, I mean, Adolf Hitler, dude. I mean, I know I go back to Hitler a lot. And it's not because I like Hitler. It's not because I have, I worship Hitler or anything like that. He damn near succeeded in what he was trying to do. And it's kind of hard to overlook the fact that he damn near took over the fucking world, And right. So you got to pay attention to some of the shit that he said and the way he did shit. And right. I'm never going to forget that one where he said to overthrow a country, first disarm its citizens. Right. That's what he did with Germany. Yeah. That's what he did that's what he did over there. He took away the weapons where the only people that had weapons was the law and the military, which was basically the same fucking people.
Right. Bingo. Bingo.
And that's what they're trying to get it to. So where the government, they'll be allowed to have guns in their houses. The military will be allowed to have guns, and the police will be allowed to have guns. But everybody else ain't gonna be allowed to have guns except for the criminals that have them illegally.
Right. Right.
But at least we know if we get shot, it wasn't by somebody we liked, I guess that way.
Yeah, I don't agree with it though. I mean, I didn't sign up to try and support, our country and to find out, this is the way we're going is totally against our country. And the way I was raised, they've changed the civics and economics since I went to school because there used to be term limits and you had to be born in the United States to become president, and that didn't matter if it was,
And see, and I've asked this question before. Didn't it used to be required to have military service to become president of the United States?
I want to say it did.
I could have sworn that was a requirement when we were growing up. But since then, we've had, and I voted for Obama. So don't get me wrong, I ain't hated them all. But Obama was never in the military. George W. was he get kicked out or he dodged the draft? I can't remember. Trump, he's a draft dodger. Fucking Clinton never served. I can't remember the last president we had in there that actually did serve in the fucking military. It wasn't none of the Bushes, I'll guarantee you that. Anybody that rich, they don't get a war. They just pay for them and make money from them.
JFK.
JFK served?
Yeah.
He might have been the fucking last one.
I heard that too.
Hi, Emily.
Cheers, Emily. Smooth. Just missing relaxing. Are you on a paid account or are you on free yard?
Free.
No.
Free yard.
They got that new thing now. If you pay for it, your guests can go live at the same time. That's how everybody does it online.
Those ain't bad, they still taste good.
It's fucking tobacco. That's why it's fucking harsh. It's fucking tobacco.
Man, I almost did that mistake. But I was looking at everything they had, all the bags that they had. Yeah, they're cheaper, but dude, I'm not smoking pipe tobacco through a paper.
Right. Well, see, ours says pipe tobacco there. That's what, and I don't know if it's the same in California, but here they hit us with that tax like 10 years ago or maybe 12. They hit us with this stupid tax hike on cigarettes, where Marlboros went from $6 a pack to $10 a pack.
Yeah.
All because of that tax. All because of that tax.
Yeah.
So what they did is the people that made the rolling tobacco, they put pipe tobacco on all of it. But in Ohio, if it's a bag bigger than like 3/4 of an ounce or an ounce, it's not pipe tobacco. It's just straight cut cigarette tobacco. You know, it's just straight up tobacco. And that's what we smoke. We smoke shit called the good stuff. And I swear to you, every time I go to the fucking doctor, even if I got bronchitis and shit, they're like, how much do you smoke? And I'm like, probably 2 packs a day. They're like, you can't tell. My oxygen levels are always good. My lungs always sound good. And I think it's because there's less additives in this shit we smoke than there. I'm not saying it's as natural and clean as your American spirits if they live up to their name. But I think compared to a Marlboro or a fucking Basic or a Camel, I think there's less additives in there, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I would think so. I know there's a brand
If
somewhere.
you get a 1 pound bag of that for $15.99, $15.99, 1 pound of tobacco. That's a lot of cigarettes right there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, especially when I'm rolling my own and
yeah, and there ain't no like you're thinking you're gonna have that sweet taste from pipe tobacco or a fucking fruity taste, something like that. And that it's not gonna be like that. The big bags, anything that's 6 ounces or bigger, them bags rolling tobacco, it's gonna be straight tobacco. Ain't gonna be no fucking vanilla fucking Captain shit. What the hell is that pipe tobacco I used to smoke? Captain
Black.
Is it Captain Black, the vanilla?
I think so, and it was like in a
too.
brown bag.
Yeah. Oh, I love that shit, man.
Yeah.
I got another cherry vanilla. It was something Brothers or something like that was the brand on it. I used to smoke the fuck out of both those when I had a pipe. But no, the shit we smoke is called the good stuff. And of course, it has the California warning, just like everything else in this state does. Contains something that causes cancer.
Cool.
Yeah, any of those bags we buy that says pipe tobacco, it's not flavored. It's not pipe tobacco. It's not moist like pipe tobacco. It's not flavored like pipe tobacco. It's dry, fucking rolling tobacco.
Okay.
But they had to put pipe tobacco on the bag to avoid that fucking tax hike, because if it would say cigarette tobacco on the bag, it would cost us $30, $40, $50 for that same $16 bag.
Okay.
Because of the tax. Rhino, what's up?
Fireberry
What's
said,
up, Rhino?
check out what a president cannot do according to Google. She was looking about the military requirement and ran across it.
Yeah. What's it say, Spider Baby? I'm on my phone. I can't go check it out.
Yeah, I don't have my laptop anymore, or I would.
I know the president's not supposed to own any kind of company outside the United States, which Trump did, but he signed them all over to his kids or whatever when he became president, which I thought, he did, whether he still had stock in it or not, he did what he was supposed to do. He covered his ass. So, couldn't be mad at him for that.
No, everything he did as the president was actually really good.
Right.
I mean,
I don't know.
It didn't seem like it at certain
I thought he was
times.
running again in 2024, but I don't know. I ain't heard nothing about it.
Well, I don't like the idea of Gavin running. because he's
And I ain't got
Pelosi
nothing
spawn.
against a woman president. I will tell you all that right now. I do believe we need a woman president, but I don't think Kamala is that woman. I'm just saying. Y'all said Hillary wasn't that woman. Well, neither is this one. I'm just saying.
No, this one's worse, bro.
President cannot declare war, decide how federal money will be spent, interpret laws, choose cabinet members or Supreme Court justice without Senate approval. Unless they use their whatchamacallits like Trump did. You get 2 or 3 things where you can sign and use your power to push it past Congress and Senate. And that's how we got our stimulus money. Executive order. Is that what it's called? They have like 2 or 3 executive orders, I think it's called, that they can use. And that's what he ended up using to get us the stimulus money.
Yeah.
And then the last one we got, when some people got fucked, is because he didn't have no more of those left, and he had to make a deal with everybody else to get it out. And that's when they started putting shit in there that had nothing to do with anything, and everybody got the child tax credit.
Oh,
they
it
didn't realize
did.
that was coming back
Oh,
out.
no. Bubba, get this one. I applied for one of those, did you miss any of the stimulus packages?
Yeah.
Guess what they asked me?
What?
Did I make 50,000 or more last year? I said, no. Well, then we can't help you.
Wow.
Straight up. And I'm like, if I made $50,000, I wouldn't be asking for this fucking money, you dumb bitch.
About 4.
Right? Making $50,000
365 days, I'll make about $4,000.
Yeah. Hell. Did you make 50K or more?
We're worried about declaring war and him funding. Yeah, the president can't declare war, so that tells you right there that that just adds to what I've been saying for years to y'all. The president ain't nothing but a puppet, man. They're just a puppet on a string, and Trump realized that. So if Trump doesn't run again in 2024, I think that's the reason why, because he got in there and he witnessed the corruption firsthand. I mean, I think it was so bad, Trump got to where he is by fucking people over. I mean, don't get me wrong. You don't gain billions, lose billions, and gain it back without fucking somebody over along the way. He had, but what I'm saying is he got into that White House and he's seen the shit going on in there, and he said, "Oh my God, I ain't never seen no shit like this in my life." You know what I mean?
But what about people like this? Was it Holyfield? When Holyfield was growing up as a young boxer, Trump got to watch one of his matches and said that to get him famous, I forgot which boxer it was, but he actually paid for Trump Towers to do the fights and shit.
Right.
Just like the MMA, he sponsored them and stuff. But Trump started, and it was a black boxer. That's why I think it was Evander Holyfield. But to this day, they're still friends.
Right.
And Trump still surprises him with, just crazy shit out of the blue, like friends do. So, I mean, I think a lot of that has to be background checked on what a lot of people say that Trump supposedly says or does. I mean, yeah, he says some crazy shit, but if you actually think about everybody, dude, we've all said stupid fucking crazy shit. We all have. and dumb shit that we probably shouldn't have repeated at times, and
Right.
everything like that, you know. So I mean,
Yeah,
at
sorry,
least he
Ryan.
was
My
about us.
Nightbot doesn't follow me.
It'd be cool if it did, though.
It would be cool if it did, but no, it doesn't. He's dropping in a
Well,
shit with Nightbot.
it's not
And he's
like you
oh yeah,
can't
Jeffrey's shit.
program it, because that punk should be here.
Here, hold on, we'll write one out.
I forgot what some of those cassette Nightbot off was.
Right, the commands.
Yeah.
You can type in exclamation commands, and it'll take you to a list of all of them if you got a phone going. If you're in the chat on the phone, you can type in exclamation commands, and it'll pop up a thing, and it'll take you straight to it, show you all of them, everything for your Nightbot. And anybody in the chat can do that. It'll take you straight to it, show you all of them.
We closed that one out. I wrote out Randall's, and Randall wrote out what?
They're taking my Nightbot's place in the chat. That'll be some rhino ass. Y'all remember that big ass post I wrote out like a week or so ago before I went live, talking about mustache rides from Cameron and fucking massages from Ashley and all kinds of shit, eating some rhino ass with Rhino. And Ashley just seen that like 2 days ago. He commented on it. She's like, I just never seen this. I was like, wow. Yeah, I tagged everybody. Everybody tagged them.
Wonder if the little shit ain't here no more.
Isn't there 2 M's?
Oh.
Is there 2 M's in commands? COMMANDS.
Oh.
Sir.
Yeah.
Not like GLM's PANNEL.
Right.
And you have a space between it now, so you gotta get rid of that space there. It's a picky bitch. I know.
Yeah.
It's a picky motherfucker. I've been through it so many times with Nightbot. I see it before it ever happens. Like, that ain't gonna work. Most people know where I get my name. I hope so, Rhino. They better. Damn straight. That's your tribal name given to you by Dobson, the tribal chief. About to make some motherfuckers acknowledge me too. Man, I hope he loses Saturday. Who's he fighting? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess Nightbot left us.
Sounds just like his entrance.
That's too bad.
I'm gonna switch my fucking audio around, see if it fixes this.
Randall said it's familiar name.
La Familia, baby.
All right.
That work?
I don't know. Did it work?
Yep, now you're good. Yeah, you went. My phone did it earlier too. It did it earlier though when I was connecting my chat, because now you got to connect your chat through fucking YouTube and shit.
Yeah.
So earlier when I was doing that, it did it when Aaron was talking, and I muted myself, and then I went in and I switched my settings in my audio to speakerphone or something for a second, flipped it back. And this time I flipped the headset, flipped it back, and it's good. Same way we do, like you was talking about. You learn when you get a call.
Yeah.
Yep, just switch it back. It'll fix it.
Just saw where the ratings are dropping big time for this year's WS.
Yeah, I had to think
Oh.
about what yes meant, but it didn't take a split second. I figured it out.
Crackheads. Wow.
Yeah, I figured it out on mine.
That's them Go Team people, Spider Baby. Go Team. Yeah, once I seen the Braves was out of it, Reds was out of it,
Right.
Indians, not the Guardians, was out of it, and Marines White Sox was out of it, and I just didn't really give a shit after that.
Yeah.
These look
Definitely much when it comes from me. Just say it. Hell yeah, right there. Wish I could get rid of this kidney thing, quit smoking cigarettes, and prolong that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to quit smoking cigarettes. I think that would be a good thing, but at the same time,
Yep.
man.
It's a bad situation when we run out.
Right.
Not just for us, for anybody around us.
Well, the fucked up part is we might already be at that part of life where if you quit smoking now,
yeah,
it's gonna hurt you more than
yeah. My dad smoked cigarettes for 40 years and he quit smoking, got double pneumonia in both his lungs. That same doctor told him if he wouldn't have quit smoking, it never would have happened. And hell, I've smoked for
nice.
I smoked my first cigarette when I was 12 years old, and I'm 44 now, so 32 years ago.
Yeah, well,
I smoked my first cigarette.
Let's see, 8 or 9 and 49.
Damn. Yeah, see, at that point, does it even matter? Is it going to hurt you worse to quit after that much time? I want to smoke 2 today, maybe 3. Hell yes, Spider Baby. Wish I could do that. Cigs don't kill you, brother. Living is why we die. Life kills you. Hell yeah, right now.
All right.
I do smoke, but man, I smoke too much sometimes, though, man. I'll give myself a fucking headache smoking too many cigarettes. Like, especially when we're fucking like playing the games and get into with them griefers and shit. You know, among other things. And I'll smoke cigarette after cigarette until I'm sitting there with a fucking headache from hell. And I know that's what causes it. You know?
Yep.
That's another reason we don't roll them up ahead of time very much. We roll them up when we're going on a fishing trip, or if we're going to the fair or something like that. When we go out, if we both go out on the first or on a shopping trip, we'll roll a couple to smoke while we're waiting on the cab or whatnot. But other than that, we don't even roll them up ahead of time. We roll them as needed, and I still smoke too much sometimes.
Yeah.
And having a hard time breathing. Have something stuck in your throat, Spider Baby? Rewatch Deep Throat and check to see if that's where your G spot was.
Hell, she could have been yelling and screaming yesterday.
Right.
Or smoking too many the day before. Well, I know you've had those days, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Or another favorite, How about this one? Instead of smoking too many cigarettes, she hit the bong too hard on some harsh weed and it roached her throat.
Or less, 100 years from now, no one will know we existed. Just live for each moment. Life is moments back to back. Yep, it's just a series of moments. You're absolutely right, Ryan. I'm stuck in a moment I can't get out of it.
Probably really scared that she got COVID.
That
Boo.
was fucking you two, wasn't
I hope not, girl.
Yeah.
I hope you don't have COVID.
it? Is that you two? Stuck in a moment I can't get out of. I love that song. I hated the fact they did it. It was a field goal video about a field goal kicker. Missed a field goal and just stuck in that moment forever. You know. But it could be interpreted in many ways. We here, then gone. Poof. Damn straight, buddy. Damn straight. That's why I just want to fuck, fish, and get high, man. I wish y'all talk to Maria for me. I keep trying to tell her, man. The dick's only going to get hard for so many years. You know. She's running out of fucking time. She needs to use it before she loses it. Take advantage while it still works.
Yeah.
I tested negative
Man.
yesterday, and last night I started feeling crappy. So they gave it to you when they tested
Yeah.
you.
That's what I was kind of thinking. I was like, well,
Yeah.
that's not good.
Actually, Webby told us what it is they put on that shit. Something ethanol oxide or something oxide.
Something.
Webby talked about it in fucking Raw Thoughts 5.
Yeah.
She said, I don't know. Less than a blank on the table of time. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, the dinosaurs, we still remember them. And we wasn't even around when they was here. Still remember the dinosaurs. So maybe we just got to make an impact like that. Dinosaurs supposedly went extinct because of the Ice Age.
Yeah, they're saying that's not why anymore.
That's not why now?
Yeah. I don't know what the reason is now.
Oh, now they're saying that's not the reason the dinosaurs died. But she don't remember what they said the new reason was.
I just remember having a notification on the phone.
They probably started a government amongst the dinosaurs, and the government killed everybody.
With their climate change.
Yep, climate change.
Of course, one of my favorites is, speaking of people with too much money that aren't doing any good. Mr. Technology himself wants to buy forests, chop all the trees down, and bury the trees.
Wow.
That's
That
his
makes
solution to this climate change, because then there's no carbon footprint.
Wow.
Does he not understand that we are carbon life forms? No, I don't think Bill Gates does.
He doesn't know what a carbon life form is.
Yeah. Because there's going to be a carbon footprint no matter what.
If you're going to cut down the trees, at least use the motherfuckers.
Right. And plant new ones in their place to keep air.
That's something they still don't do around here. They've cut down several trees since we've lived here. Motherfuckers ain't planted one. I need to report their ass to somebody.
You remember for a long time it was, if you kill a tree, you're supposed to plant.
That's the way it's still supposed to be. And they didn't plant
Yeah.
shit after they cut them trees down out there. They
Right?
cut down like 6 fucking trees and they ain't planted shit.
Yeah. Like Aaron says, though, too, this planet belongs to the planet. We are literally just a bacterial infection on it. Dinosaurs were here 350 million years ago. Humans, maybe 25,000 years. A cough is longer than humankind.
Right, Ryan? Hell yeah. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you're right. But we got less than 100 years, and you know, it's bad enough that our generation and every generation before us has lived under government slavery. But
Yeah.
now that's the same thing's gonna happen to our grandkids, man.
Unless we change it.
That's yeah. But you know, what the fuck we're gonna do about it?
Well, I guess
Our votes don't fucking matter. They put whoever they want in there. They're still giving lifetime seats to certain certain fucking places. But
yeah,
yet the president has no power and he only gets 4 years, 2 years, 4 years, whatever it is, 4 years.
4 years.
As long as he doesn't get impeached. Because every time they
Yeah.
get one in there that's for the people and not for the government, they want to get them out of there. Biden's their perfect president.
Yeah.
Just like George W. was. George
Yeah.
W. He just took the fault and smiled and waved, and Cheney fucking planted the bombs.
Well,
This is my opinion, of course.
and look where he is, though, during all this time right now. Mr.
Yep.
Beach Bum.
Typical president. But once again, man, is
that's
that
how they distract our presidents?
yeah? Is that the people above them saying, "All right, it's time for you to take a couple weeks and let America see you golfing and enjoying your yacht while we fuck shit up here. We don't need you around to see what we're doing. We're just gonna tell you what to say afterwards."
Exactly what it is.
Live on a tiny rock, soaring through a tiny solar system in a tiny galaxy. We unseen within our own solar system, outside the Milky Way. We don't exist and never will, right? Yep. Yeah, I wonder if there is life out there, man. But if it is, it's a long ways away from us. If aliens did come here, they probably realized there was no intelligent life on this planet. They just left anyway. Microscope. Yeah, you'd have to look at us through a microscope from up there. Yep.
The
We're
other
inside
sad
somebody's
thing,
closet. We're a marble in a bag inside somebody's closet, like on fucking
right,
Men in
Spider
Black.
Baby?
Or that entire colony that's inside the block.
Right, Spider Baby? I mean, I'm 44, man. I could have 20 years left. I could have 5 years left. I could have fucking 30 years left, 40 years left. We don't know. But I don't want my grandkids to have to live the same way I do.
Right. So we need to get. I think we need to just start writing out something, impeachment processes or something, because this calling our congressmen and complaining and stuff sure doesn't help.
Right.
You know, and letting these and I know it's a touchy subject for you, but honestly, the reason why I say this is because this is really how a lot of it happens. But the people coming over illegally get promised to be taken care of by the Democrats, who are up to no good for the votes. And the people that come over legally through the processes aren't getting treated like their illegal counterparts from the
Right.
same countries and stuff, which is shit. You know, because if you come over here from any country and become a citizen, then you should have top priority, you know, of being a citizen versus, you know, and have the right to vote, because that's how it used to be when we were kids. Our parents had to be citizens to vote.
Yeah.
You know, and the worst thing is up until Obama, the military could not attack us civilians. The last thing Obama did in office was wrote to where the government can use the military against us.
Yeah, you mom voted when we lived with. I remember it being the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like growing up when we were little, yeah.
I probably did. Most crackheads don't vote.
Yeah, but
You want to get a crackhead to vote? Tell them you're going to legalize crack.
yeah, well,
Yeah, tell them they get a free rock for voting.
oh, I'm sure they probably would in the city.
Right?
I mean, hell, they had fentanyl centers to needle exchanges and free stuff, and yet people were standing right outside selling fentanyl, and people were doing it all over the streets of San Francisco. I mean, the city tries to show you what it's like, quote unquote, in the city, but that's not what it's like.
That's a long ways, Ronan. Long ways. We ain't built nothing with cameras on it and then launched that motherfucker 100 years ago and see what it's seeing now. Why ain't nobody done that shit yet? Just have it drop a fucking satellite like every fucking few thousand miles. That way it can send the images back. They spend enough money on other stupid shit. Why wouldn't they build something like that?
Or they have, or they're not even telling us the truth about what they're really
Oh, I've
finding
seen
out
some
there.
shit that was either a spaceship or, I mean, either way, it was a fucking spaceship, but it was either alien or it was human. I mean, it doesn't mean we didn't build motherfuckers. What the shit that I've seen.
Have you guys seen the row of lights from the satellites that they launched?
No, I don't think so.
The Starlink? Oh, dude, that shit was trip. That shit was crazy when they launched it. But now you can watch the satellites go by at certain times of night, and they'll go by in a row, spaced out. And it's like, what? It's crazy.
Right. So all we got to do is build something that can fly through space faster than the speed of light. Somebody call Superman. Shit.
Right.
Let's call Superman up. He'll get to tell us what the fuck's out there. He already knows what's out there. Shit, he came from out there. We know what's out there. Shit.
Heck.
That's guards out there and fucking Well, Superman's planet was out there. Actually, Asgard's gone too. They both got destroyed. I forgot about that. So hell, there might not be no planets left out there. They all got blown up. Just Earth and the fucking moon now. The moon's not even a planet, really, is it? Yeah.
What,
Which
the
one did they
moon?
take off the planet list? Pluto. Pluto's no longer,
Yeah.
which is fucked up. How's something going to be a planet for like 1,000 years and then now it's not a planet anymore?
Hey, Rhino, since we're talking about space and stuff like this,
Frozen comet thing popped up.
Fourth Order.
I don't remember that.
Fourth Order subwoofer enclosure in space. You've got one port for the sound wave to go out, and the higher the frequency, the faster the sub would move, which would be the faster the. So you'd almost want to do it with like tweeters or something. Right, Cam? I thought he was pretty ballsy to hop up there, but that's where he decided he was the safest, so I figured he was the trigger man for the night.
We see hundreds of billions of galaxies. Imagine how many there are, right? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Why don't we just build a fucking spaceship? We all just get the fuck out of here then.
Right, that would be awesome.
They have.
Yeah, for the rich people. I'm talking about we need to build our own. They ain't gonna let us get on one of theirs.
I mean, you got money to pay for a single.
Yeah, we can't afford a seat in first class. We gotta build our own fucking hillbilly style, fucking hillbilly class spaceship.
Yeah,
Keep up
well,
with rich folks. I'll even put a Rolls Royce fucking hood ornament on that bitch.
so
Welcome
Randall,
to whichever. Cameron, what's up?
actually, Aaron, if you're still in here, what was that engine they were talking about? Because that would be the most optimal design would be like a fourth order. Because the subwoofer's sealed on the backside, so you're only using the force that you're making in that little chamber to push that air or sound wave out. And the faster that thing oscillates back and forth, the faster you'd shoot yourself through space.
Right.
God, this is the worst ever. That rocket motor was designed after something like the Fleshlight or something, one of those stroker, insert your penis here stroker models. The ion drive. Okay. Yeah. I think that would actually work to where it would get you out there fast, depending on the frequency you chose, it'd get you out there faster. The thing that scares the hell out of me, though, is the people doing CERN and the deity Shiva is assembled there, and that's the deity for Shiva the Destroyer. And they're trying to open up black holes and shit. I don't like that shit. That shit's scary to me. You see that one? But Einstein's E equals mc squared say the faster the light speed, the travel we travel, the slower time moves. YouTube administrator, what's up? Yeah, I like a shape charge to get out there faster. See, now that one, Randall, by shooting yourself at light speed, you're basically stopped motionless. So see, that almost makes me wonder if that's like how they showed it on space on some of the sci-fi movies as a kid, even though they were B-roll. Everybody was in their bed with it all sealed up, basically being preserved, you know, as they were shooting through light speed. And then when they would come out, they would get out of those beds and stuff and be like just a blink, the whole time they were sleeping, basically. Which would make sense because if you were traveling so fast that time was slowing down, then you wouldn't age as fast as you would on Earth. Bro, Gabo, you know how mad they'd be if we built a spaceship? I think they'd be just as mad as if I built myself a World War II biplane and had Aaron build me a quality motor for it. You know what I mean? That shit'd be badass, though.
That'd be funny. Yeah, come back and your twins 80.
Yeah. Kind of like the whole Buck Rogers.
Yeah.
Now, that would be cool. A bunch of us, real people, do like a Noah's Ark to where we're gone out and back, but it's been like 25,000 years on Earth. So basically, our problems aren't there anymore. There's no more Joe Biden or anything like that. Right, That's true, Randall. Alright, Spider Baby. Sorry your salad was crap, and I'm sorry you don't feel good. I hope you feel better.
All right, Spider Baby. Yep. You'll find you another salad to toss. Put some ranch on it. Eat it Road Warrior style.
Right?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine going to speed light. Be like, ooh, what a rush. I am going to have
That would be
company.
crazy.
Find us something to eat, brother.
All right, brother.
Oh, I will catch everybody later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Right. Right, Rhino? That's on Plaid. Right, Rhino? That's what I always think about is, we could be aiming at a star that actually disappeared and blew up, thousands of years ago. And here we are aiming at junk, What's going
Yo,
on,
bro,
bro?
man. What up, brother?
Not much. Yeah, I do think, though, to kind of stay on like a topic, I do think that, we need to do something with Newsom. Figure out some way to get him out of office. It's bad enough his wife's the one responsible for the whole gender bullshit.
Well, the problem is, we can't fight money, dude, that we don't have. Those people have billions of dollars and are super, super well connected.
Yeah.
And when it's like we all know the system's corrupt. We all know it. So it's like they've taken over the system of checks and balances that's supposed to keep them in line. So that way they can just skirt around it. It is what it is. I don't know. Like I said, man, we're only here for a short time. Let's just try to be as happy as we can.
I'm just, I want to get this information out so people know, it really doesn't work. Criminals don't follow the rules,
Absolutely.
And they shouldn't be making criminals out of people that don't think like they do.
Well,
There are
that's what it
people
is.
that don't think the death penalty should be followed through with. And in some cases, maybe not. Some cases, yes, they definitely do. But keeping them in prison for years on end is definitely not the right answer.
Right.
Because that cost billions. And who's paying for it? We are. Yet,
Absolutely.
back in the day, honestly, they'd have your ass hanging from a gallows quicker than cat shit.
Right.
People weren't out doing as much bad things as they used to do,
Well,
are doing now. And now it's just, dude, when we grew up, we knew mom would have kicked our ass if we would have went outside and fired off a fully automatic, i.e. an illegal weapon, You know, mom would have killed you, dude.
I don't know. It's just the government works like this, dude, and this goes for pretty much all governments around the world. You know, it's not the individual, it's the firearm, and let's just make a blanket punishment and take firearms away from the general public altogether, you know, and
Yeah, which is
you're
stupid.
yeah, you're literally at that point you've disarmed the populace, you know, and the government is free to impose whatever will it wants,
Yeah.
you know, and there's always going to be, you know, the company man
Criminals.
kind of people. No, the company man kind of people that are willing to, you know, dress up in the body armor suits and the riot gear and go out and beat the shit out of the citizenry if they get out of line for a paycheck. There's
Yeah.
always going to be those people. And
Yeah.
so it's kind of a perpetual thing, you know. This has been happening for, you know, the whole existence of mankind. There's been rulers and servants, you know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
just all that changes is the fucking name, bro.
Yeah, well. I know that some people, if they want to come in, hi, mister. Yeah, you got jerkies over there. It just, I don't know, it amazes me with how people don't want to think about stuff or they want to pass on, you know, you deal with this. You deal with this. You know. And because you know as well as I do, we all know whatever we vote doesn't really seem to work. You know, I was almost thinking about deciding to change over and maybe vote Democrat, but on all the strong issues, just to see if my vote counted.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There was a famous quote that a man's rights lay in three types of boxes: the jury box, the ballot box, and the cartridge box.
Yeah. Yeah, but we'd all have to stand together.
Right. And that's the thing. That's what it will take. And the government has made sure to be able to have these programs in place to spy and collect intel on every single American, so that way nobody can cause a rise up against the government, because
Right.
they know that, you know, if it's just one at a time, you know, then we can make them look like martyrs, and we can make them look like, you know, make them look like they're crazy or whatever. You know, they're
Right.
label them a domestic terrorist, spin the media any way they want. I mean, we all watched them kill Lavoy Finicum right there on national TV,
Yeah.
you know, and nobody did a fucking thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that right there, I was just like, wow. All right. Well, you know, we've already known this for years, that the government has no quaffs about killing people and getting them out of the way.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, you know, we're pretty much living in the beginning stages of, you know, the worldwide, basically open air tax farm prison system.
Yeah.
If you're not a good little servant and you're not going to slave away and work your life away, then we're going to cast you out. You know,
Right.
that's pretty much what it's becoming down to. And there's a big social awakening happening right now. There's a lot of people that are realizing that, you know, we've been fucking duped, man.
Yeah.
That we've been screwed. And so there's a lot of people that are jumping ship. you know, and going and homesteading and, you know, buying a large piece of land and, you know, making things and generating their income that way, you know, and getting out of the system. You know, these people don't have to go to grocery stores. They don't pay an electric bill. They don't pay a water bill. You know, they pay property taxes. You know, that's the one thing that you'll never get away from. Everywhere will always have property taxes.
Yeah, well, I was reading the thing last night. There's a state where you actually don't own your property, you're leasing it from the state. And I was like, that's nuts.
Well, certain things have to apply. I know this, that like you have to own like the mineral rights and you have to own water rights and shit like that. You have to own like all of that in order to outright legitimately own the land. And that is getting harder and harder to find.
Right.
You know, so that's definitely, you know, one of the main factors of me wanting to try and get the heck out of California, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, unfortunately, you know, just in our lifetimes, bro, like you've watched how much inflation has occurred and how much harder life has gotten. Like, bro, I remember being like 18 and roofing houses for $5 an hour, dude. Up there busting my ass for $5 an hour, and that was good money, dude. $5 an hour cash. Minimum wage was what, $4.25 back then.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You're right, Randall. It is temporary.
Yeah.
But these places are actually saying, like, you're leasing the land, so if you don't stay up on your bills, which I guess is true, like here in California, you don't stay up on your property taxes and stuff like that, you don't own shit.
Yeah, they just seize it.
Yeah.
That's why, like, a lot of these people, what they're doing is they form these like nonprofit deals, and then they get some sort of thing where like the use of the land is for the nonprofit LLC something, you know, and so it's tax exempt, you know, right? And so these people don't, you know, so they don't pay taxes on that shit.
Yeah.
You know, because they don't technically own it. A different company owns it.
Right.
Or like, you know what else is, you know what's the biggest, I mean, I'm just gonna say it, the biggest freaking scam ever is churches, man. They don't pay no property taxes, there's no taxes on any of that. And there's thousands of dollars going. I mean, look at Bethel up in Redding, bro. Like, that's a multi-gazillion-dollar deal, you know, and they don't pay any taxes on any of that money.
But some of it goes actually, I mean, I don't really see it as being right if you're getting taxed on money that, yeah, it might be coming in and everything, but if it's going out as fast as it's coming in or faster, you know, I mean,
Well,
especially
like, I
when it's for
understand
stuff
like
like,
the churches that are like doing like good for the community. That's usually the small
right,
little churches, you know, but like
right,
these giant mega churches, bro, like, come on, man.
right,
Come on.
bingo,
Have you seen how some of these people fucking live, dude?
exactly. That's why I'm saying yes. And that opens the door to one of my favorites is, you know, it says that there are going to be false churches and false prophets of God, you know.
Right.
and people setting up like they're, holier than the next guy, yet it says we're not supposed to judge each other, which means that no matter your situation, my situation, we're brothers, and that shouldn't affect, you know, the way I look at you or whatever, or how I treat you versus how I treat John Smith or some shit.
That's just
And
basic human decency.
yeah, but a lot of people don't even do that, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. A lot of people do not even practice just human decency. When they put their church clothes on, that shit's just for Sunday. That's
Yeah.
not for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fakeness, fake shit in the world, and there's a lot of ways to hide money, and all that, and that's the thing. It's they've made it a system where, like George Carlin says, it's a big club and we're not in it. You and I are not in the big club.
Oh, well. Rules are meant to be broken, and franchises are meant to be made.
Yeah. I don't know. And I mean, it all goes back to to what, your buddy was saying before he took off, was that, we're lucky if we get maybe 75, 100 years. We're lucky
Yeah.
to get that,
Yeah.
and, whether you want to say we own shit or we don't or whatever, it's
We kind of don't. I mean,
yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where you can't fucking take it with you, dude. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
here's one of my
they got
favorites.
those giant fucking tombs in China. You know what I mean? And these giant
Yep.
tombs all over the place, built by these emperors and shit, and and it's like,
Trying to take
what does
their
it matter,
stuff.
dude? That shit's been reclaimed. You know what I mean? And like I said earlier, this
Yeah.
planet belongs to the plants. The plants will just grow right over your shit like nothing, dude.
Right.
Whatever, like you weren't even here.
Yeah. Well, you and I've seen it firsthand with 1800s all the way to the 70s or so,
Oh,
where
yeah, Randall
know.
says it best, dude. Long-term rental. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want the long-term rental as cheaply as freaking possible.
And I mean, I hate saying it, but this whole ownership and everything that they talk us into is so just, I don't know, man. It's bad.
Well,
It ain't a good thing.
It's been going on for 1,000 years, you know what I mean? 10,000 years. The last 10, 20,000 years since time's been fucking recorded. People have been fighting over fucking land and resources and shit. That's how animals are in nature. Animals are territorial,
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's human nature. And that's the thing. It's, the social awakening needs to happen to where, like, let's not fucking kill each other, but let's try to figure out how we can make society more, not civilized, but like make society more cohesive to everyday fucking life. If people weren't so rude, make society more courteous. I think that was the word I was looking for. If we could find a way to make society more courteous and more patient. You know, well, I mean, back in the day, you could shoot a motherfucker. You know what I mean? If they insulted you or whatever, you could challenge them to a duel, and you were going to get shot or stabbed, one of the two. You know, there was consequences. You know, and there's no real consequences anymore. The government has taken that away from people and said, we're in charge of doling out the consequences, and we have an armed police force that will dole out our rules for society. And basically their rules are literally just to freaking manufacture criminals in every which way they can so they can generate revenue.
Right.
I mean, you know, when you get pulled over for a seatbelt ticket by a motorcycle cop, you know it's not about protecting your fucking safety.
Well. He's mad because he ain't sitting in that warm car on that cold morning as you're on your way to work. Drinking. Or the stupid, you were drinking drinking something. Because that's supposed to be a ticket nowadays, I guess. You're not supposed to be eating or drinking anything while you're driving.
Yeah, they cite it under being distracted while driving. Have you seen that? Have you seen the inside of a fucking police car? Right. You know what I mean? And they want to talk about us being distracted while driving on a cell phone. Now I understand it because there's a lot of people who don't take into consideration the fact that you're traveling at 60 plus miles an hour on the freeway. Things happen, and they happen real quick. You know what I mean? And especially on street routes, things happen real quick. People cut in front of you, people brake check you, all kinds of stuff. I mean, if you're
kids.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I really don't think people should just be on their cell phones just out of pure caution for themselves, so you don't crash your shit or hurt somebody else. Yeah. I mean, I understand that sometimes there's points where you have to fucking have your phone while you're driving, important phone calls or you're looking for a fucking address on Google or something like that. But, that's the other thing is not everybody can afford a Garmin or whatever the hell that map thing is that you stick to your dash. Not everybody can afford one of those. I get that, so a lot of people use, the Google Maps on their phones, so it's kind of one of those things where, it's another case of the government enforcing what they think is best upon society and then manufacturing it to be a crime so that way they can generate revenue when they bust you and ticket you for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's even with all the good intention, that these quote unquote laws seem to put forth, it still boils down to generating fucking revenue.
This comment right there, more communities. I can remember having block parties as a kid. And I can remember that Grandma knew everybody on this block.
Yeah.
And had
those
their
days
phone
are way
numbers.
long past, man.
And
I remember that too, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember when you were a kid, you roll around on your bike, you knew pretty much everybody in the whole neighborhood, You know, for a few
Uh-huh.
streets, you know, even a couple streets over, you knew people. You
Right.
know, it wasn't like no thing, you know. Now it's like ever since I think the pandemic, you know, along with, you know, the quarantines and all that kind of shit, and you know, with the ascension of public news and public information and the age of rapid information, you know, news travels real fast. And so I think like it's made society a whole lot more paranoid, a lot less trusting of other people, you know, and it's the government has gotten their way with the societal disconnect, because people, you know, there's people that don't even know their fucking neighbors, you know.
Right.
They can live next to them for fucking months and not even talk to them, not even say hi, nothing.
Right.
You know. So I don't know, man. The world's just a weird place. It's not like it used to be, you know, and I really think like it's going to take society a while to bounce back from that, you know. And the only way that's really going to happen is if like we get rid of like the BS media and the cell phones and all that shit. I'm really hoping for the EMP, man. That's what I'm really hoping for. The sun puts out a gnarly solar flare, takes out the fucking satellites and shit,
Yeah.
you know, takes down the electricity grid, and then people have to reform actual connections again, because people are going to fucking need help and advice, and fucking there's going to need to be able to commence local trade. Like, okay, well, fucking digital money, it's gone. Your bank account, quote unquote, is no good. Your paper dollar isn't worth shit to me anymore. So, well, I've got a dozen eggs and you've got a gallon of milk. You want to trade?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think like if society went back to that, you know, kind of form of living, I think, you know, things would be a whole lot different. Like if you actually gave a shit about your neighbor, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
okay, you know, holistic care, you know, natural herbs and plants and remedies and things like that, that, you know, that shit should be taught for free. People who practice it, it's like, hey, you know, I'll bring you fucking a chicken dinner if you fucking help my sister get over the flu. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. And I mean, that's nuts, Randall. He wrecked a motorcycle at over 100 when he was 19, and that happened in just the blink of an eye. Which
Dude,
is
that's the
fast.
scary thing about motorcycles, man. There is just no protection.
Right.
At least in a car, you get bumped or whatever by another car, you'll probably be all right if you can straighten out or whatever. You're in a cage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get hit on a motorcycle, you're falling on the ground towards a 2-grit belt sander. You know? Oh God.
Facts.
Yeah.
2 to 4 grit.
Yeah, easily. That'll just shave you down to nothing. Real
Yeah,
quick.
but if you think about it, go out to your paved side road, go out to your paved road with a 1 inch by 1 inch square and see how many pieces of gravel are in there.
Yeah.
And if that's 4 pieces, then that's a 4 grit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's literally a belt sander at that point. And, if you're traveling,
Right.
50, 60 miles an hour, you know what I mean?
Let alone 100.
Yeah.
Or 100 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100 miles an hour. Oh God, dude. You're lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Lucky to fucking be alive, man. My mom lost her fucking leg doing 40 on a motorcycle, man. That's how she initially lost her leg.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Accidents happen, man. That's what the saying is. That's what my mom tells me all the time. She's like, safety first, because accidents last. And she always points at her stump.
Dude, you know what though? Just the other one too though. Accidents happen. Safety first, accidents happen. That's why they're called accidents. I've always heard that, you know. But what your mom says makes sense too, because it's like, you know, it's for really real.
Yeah.
And that's why when we were talking about doing the fiberglass work, I was like, yeah, I found my respirator, so now I can do that kind of stuff.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
You don't want to be breathing that,
more
bro.
safely, right?
Yeah, no, I did
Yep.
all kinds of
Randall
stupid
said it.
stuff when I was a kid.
Randall said it. He goes, it sounded like a disc sander,
Yeah.
you know. And he says, but it felt like a belt sander being on a giant sander.
Yep.
And yeah, that's true.
It's exactly what it is, dude. You know?
Yeah. And, you know, I watched it firsthand being out at Thunder Hill on corner number 9 when I worked there. You know, one of my first 2 days there, I saw 3 guys eat shit on motorcycles. And, ew, when you can cut through a leather riding suit with metal, the metal in it and stuff like that, or grind through all the carbon fiber layers and stuff after inside the leather and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and go right down the arm, and they didn't slide that far, and it's like, oh my god, oh.
Oh, yeah. No, there was many times, man, where, dude, I was lucky I didn't get turned into fucking ground beef, dude. Like I told
Yeah,
you
out on
before,
your
that
rollerblades and shit.
dude, that story about being
Yeah.
on the rollerblades and bombing Sunnydale Hill and back home in Simi. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
We were stupid, man. That was stupid. No brakes. And you're doing fucking like 50 miles an hour on fucking rollerblades, dude. Bombing hills. Yeah. No pads, no fucking
Yeah.
helmet. Just shorts, t-shirt, backwards hat. You know?
Yeah.
Stupid, dude. Stupid. And
Yeah,
Dave
one of
ate it,
my
dude. He's scarred for life because of it, dude.
yeah. I got all jacked up, and the only reason why I lived was because of that when I hit that car. Because I was passing the bus doing 35 because I was trying to keep up with traffic, and I swerved around its ass end and went over a little too far and looked back at my buddy because what I thought was clear, I didn't see a car coming, and yeah, did a head on, and I was wearing one of those bike helmets. And yeah, dude, that was nuts. That was not a favorable event.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm getting ready to head up to Smartsville tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna head down there. Go hang
Are there
out.
clampers on the East Coast?
There are some, I'm sure.
4th of July, 1983. Damn. Oh. Yeah, that makes me
I was just
fucking
I was just a little guy in '83. I was just a little guy.
Dude, that makes my chest hurt. Like somebody just knocked the wind out of me.
Yeah.
Ugh. What up, Mr. Duggar?
Aliens. The aliens.
How are you,
man.
Bubs? I saw you last night. Come in and come up and there's the link if you'd like to come up. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff from the weirdos 28th Amendment to yeah. All kinds of different stuff. But I do think for like the time or space travel with that ion motor, I really do think a fourth order would work.
Yeah, no, those things take so long to get there because it's just such a tiny little force, and because there's no friction in space, so that little pulse over time, will get you there, but it's, like I said, it takes a really, really long time.
Yeah. YouTube administrator said shift charges or shape charges, which yeah, that would do it.
I think they tried that before. They tried testing that. There was a rocketry project going on back in the 60s that they used explosive charges to in a succession to propel the thing up. And one of the new ideas is that if they can explode a small nuclear bomb behind them, they can just expel one behind them every so often and use a shock wave to propel the vehicle forward, through space over time. Because there's we don't really have the technology to to get into space efficiently. The liquid rockets that we have, the rule of law and volume and all that stuff applies. Like, in order to get X amount of power out of it, you got to carry X amount of fuel, and that
Right.
that equation keeps increasing volumetrically or whatever, to the point to where the more distance you want, the more fuel you need to carry and the more heavy it is, and then that fuel weighs, so now you got to have more fuel just to carry the fuel.
Right.
So you need some kind
Or
of
more
perpetual
power.
motion a perpetual
Right.
motion device of some type, something that maybe doesn't really react off in our sense of what a fuel burn is to get or achieve the speed and the maneuverability where they want to go, So, I mean, I think it's like on a light pulse or something like that. They
Well, that's
split.
what
You
they'll
never
use.
know.
That's what they'll use to get into space. Like, once you're in space, there's zero friction. You don't have to worry about the atmosphere anymore. But it's getting out of the Earth's atmosphere is like the number one giant cost of getting stuff into space. What is it? It's like over $250,000 a pound to take a pound of payload into space. Costs like $250,000 or something like that.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure.
I think I might
but
just smoke one more joint I'm gonna have to smoke one more joint to get into this conversation. Fuck.
Yeah, you need to catch up, man, for sure.
Oh, I'm there,
For
buddy.
sure. I mean, I think the thing is like mankind is looking at propulsion from a point of view. You know what I mean? That's our straight method of propulsion is combustion. So, like, if we can look for something else, you know, shit, man, you're talking about the fucking holy grail.
Well, my thing that I was saying about the fourth order speaker enclosure, you know, if you think about that though, think how fast 1,000 kilohertz is. Because a kilohertz versus a hertz is 1,000 times. Uh-oh. Aaron dropped out.
Randall, how
So,
you doing, my brother? Yeah, even like if you're really cruising that fast and say you hit a marble size rock with that sumbitch,
or a flea,
would it go through? Would it go through the? Would it go through the ship?
probably.
So I mean, you
That's
know,
the thing that I think sketchy about this whole.
because you know there's
going
got to
out
be
into
you know
space
dust.
and shit.
Dust would be like
Yeah.
you know just like I don't know.
Oh, dude, dust would be like throwing boulders down at a car on a freeway.
Unless you had some kind of shield that would bounce anything away from you in front of you, pushing as you're going. You know, maybe your force of traveling pushes the continuum enough to maybe split maybe where a particle's going to be and just kind of push it aside, sort of like the wave of a boat. You know,
right. And maybe they could do. Ooh.
Yeah, I've seen you there,
See,
so I just.
I almost wonder what would happen if you threw it at a slower rate in front of you and a faster rate. And the reason why I say slower rate is because if you took a slower rate, it wouldn't go out in front of you so fast, pushing shit out of the way as you're coming in, you know, coming behind it. You know, kind of, and it should build up like a airflow would, to where it would boil out, stay boiled out in front of you. How are you, Jody? He disappeared.
Hello, little girl.
Link.
That woman sure can catch some catfish, man. She's pretty.
Yes, she can.
Sweetheart. She can catch catfish. Yeah.
So if the communist leader of California is, I don't know if either one of you guys saw this, but he's wanting to make a 28th Amendment. Huh? He went and tried to do a 28th Amendment for the U.S., stating that we should push the gun laws up to a higher age. Plus, God knows what else he's going to do.
Of course, of course, he put that amendment. You know, they're always going for the guns. It's not going to work. The Second Amendment's the Second Amendment. It's not a right that they can take away. It's a God-given right. You know, it's not. Yeah. That's why these losers keep losing every fight. You know, the thing is it's all going to come down to, you know, the only way they can really amend something like that would be a state vote. You know what I mean?
And he wants to do it for all 50, which means all 50 states would have to vote on it. And the sad thing is,
of course he would.
None of it works over here, though. This is all stuff that they've done already over in California. The
Yeah, I
21-year-old
know, dude. That's
to buy guns doesn't work. Um, the universal background check, the waiting period, instead of being able to go into, Joe's gun store and him getting on the phone like they do in Oregon and every other state, but here, and hey, DOJ, is this guy clear to buy this? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. Here you go, pay your money, thank you, out the door you go. And the sad part is crimes have happened because people weren't armed. The lady in North New Jersey died because her boyfriend decided he was coming over and stabbing the shit out of her and killed her because at the same time, New Jersey was delaying her paperwork on her firearm.
have you heard anybody screaming on the left side about let's ban knives? It's when they keep pushing the only reason they push guns because it's a control thing. Okay, they got to get the guns away from the people. You're not going to have a really solid footing in our country with all these millions of weapons around with millions of pissed off Americans. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's just a control thing. What really it is a heart and soul of the person that's doing what he's doing. He probably 99 times out of 100 knows he's doing it. Just don't give a fuck. I'm gonna go out in style, and they're gonna remember my name. Yeehaw! That kind of crap head. Or they're using him. You hear a lot of this mind control crap, and notice all the time, every time it's somebody that's under doctor's care, or there is a warning about him because they know he's a nut.
Yeah.
But then they get these little badass weapons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, dude was an instructor that, like the main guy, he was an instructor and military grade instructor on that firearm. And then turns around in July and says he has thoughts of killing people and himself. And the cops just come over. Oh, hey, how's it going? You okay? Da-da-da, bye. Thanks for the coffee and donuts. And they left. Yet, if it would have been one of us, our guns would have been taken out the door. We would have been taken into the psychiatric ward for a 72-hour lockup.
Yeah, get in that rubber room.
And, and fed drugs and everything or whatever.
They just had another one. A guy they found him dead in a kid's park over there. He had IEDs on him and all kinds ready for war. You know what I mean? He was fixing to shoot up at a playground out there at a little park, but shot himself in the head. Didn't go through with it. Just shot himself. I wish more of them psychos that want to go out and just shoot people and mess with people's lives that they don't even know.
Right.
And causing so much sadness in the world. Just eat a bullet. Shit. Have one last shred of human decency in your body. Instead of killing somebody else. Take one under the chin for the team,
Yep. Show how manly you are and do yourself in. You won't do us a disservice.
Right on. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's nuts. I mean, it's just like recently.
They are warmongering it up right now. I mean, these guys are going overtime, warming it up. Let Israel handle their shit. They okay. Israel ain't scared. Okay.
Right.
They ain't scared. And I mean, if they get in a bind, yeah, but they're not in a bind right now. They're in control. All them guys got brave talk, but they scared of Israel. That's why they want to wipe them out. You know, we're going to need several of you guys to come help us wipe these guys out. But the thing is that Israel can fight them all at the same time because it does have some allies. You know, so I mean, it's just I don't know, man. World's crazy. They're pushing that Ukraine shit. You notice you don't hear anything on Ukraine hardly. You know, except how good their offense is going. Like, dude, that is one big parking lot. Well, let me get my share of the pile of money they sent this week. You know, I mean, it's all about. I don't know, man. It just why would you send weapons to another country so another country could use them to kill somebody? You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Take care of your own. You know,
Jody put something great in that one. She straight up said, "I had a cousin commit himself because he thought he was crazy. Didn't take long for him to realize he was not crazy. He said he acted just as normal as he could to get released 2 weeks later. And then he said, when he got out, he kissed the ground and said, 'Hello, trees. Hello, grass.'" And it takes longer to get out, I mean. And they've enforced that red flag law kind of stuff, and I mean that don't work, and it's really
sometimes if you really have a problem, search for help. That's one of the problems with nuts running around. They're scared to ask for help. If you're having that kind of illusions, or if you're you're freaking out about life, seek help.
Right. But most of the places that they go to seek help,
lawyer, I advise it. I'd first start out at a church. Even if you don't believe, you say you don't believe, start out at a church to seek advice when it's just down and out. Start there. You'll first thing you're gonna meet some kindness. Okay, and kindness goes a lot of way to healing hearts. And I really, if there's more kindness, the thing is, people abuse kindness. There's people that are just waiting for you. They think kindness makes you weak, and then they search that out and they attack that. Yep. And I call them succubants. You're succubants, and they're like, just the fish that tags along with a shark or more. They just long for the ride and eat off what the shark can give it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
You know what, man? Randall, feel proud about yourself. If you can feel proud about yourself, you'll notice there's other proud people out there. I tend to notice there's a lot more good people out there. We outnumber the good people. Actually outnumber the I don't know, man. Let's give them California. Give them the gold on that Pacific side. We'll just give you California. And if you ain't a nut, get the hell over here somewhere. I kind of hate giving on that coastline though, but that's going to slide in the sea anyway, so they can have that. You know what I mean?
That's why we need it now. We need it now. They can have it once it slides in the coastline. I mean, heck. Let me go back to doing my drudge thing and, leave me alone about that. And, we'll be all fine.
Well, hey, the secret, I done found the secret. If you find a place where nobody's messing with you, stay there. If you want to be happy, be happy. If you want to be miserable, be miserable. Be curious.
Right.
That's my problem. I like
Well,
history. I like finding stuff out, and it's
right. And I like to check out facts and stuff like that, and that's how I found out that the whole reason why this craziness with this gender thing is because of Mrs. Newsom. That was all her programs start in schools.
Well, come on, man.
Straight up.
It was a weakening.
Straight up.
It's infiltration from within. Exactly. I don't know how far we can talk, and the talk are going to get you exotic or whatever, but it is infiltration from within. We're being attacked from within our own border, and then our border. That's a laughing stock. They got a caravan of people headed here. Let's
Unless
get them in
trying to get out
before they shut it down. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what advice to give. Orange Man not so bad now, huh?
Right,
Joe
Jody?
Biden's got a.
What about the old Biden, Bidenator?
I didn't know you were Baptist. I'm Baptist too. Wild Peach Baptist Church, where I took my dunk. Ain't God appreciated and holy. A lot of people don't believe like I do, and that's okay. It makes the crazy world a crazy world, I guess. But I dig being me. I'm not proud of everything I've done in my life. Wish I could say that. I got regrets. Of course, I got a few regrets. But I've seen a lot and tasted a lot of the wonders of this world, and I wish I could have done more. I wish if I'd have known now what I knew back then, I would do way more. I would have done way more.
Yeah, I would have bought a few things. I would have bought a few things and put them up in the attic.
You don't need very many things.
No, but I would have bought some stuff and put them in the attic and just left them up there,
Yeah, and I'd have bought me someplace way out in the woods, with everything. I don't know, man. I think, some up around Oklahoma, Texas, where them hogs are invading, you got deer, you got plenty of water, lots of woods. There's some thick woods down in the south. But you got to deal with mosquitoes. In New Mexico, there's no water. I know where water is in a bunch of places, but it's kind of in. There's some big snakes up there that don't want neighbors.
Yeah.
They get all psycho when they're warming up in the morning.
Right.
Yeah, Randall, talking about being mad about God, mad to God. That's, it's
in there.
Everybody's been there. When I lost my barb, I tried to get mad, but something come over me, dude. It just like, it's okay. It was okay. It wasn't her fault. And it was just like, somebody took something away from me, and I wanted a retribution, but if I had retribution, everybody would call me a nut, and the conspiracies. So,
Yeah, well, I forgave the ex this weekend, so.
Well, good for you. Good for you. I forgive my
Yeah.
ex a long time ago. It's so much better,
Yeah, well.
when you unload that luggage. It's so much better, It's so much better.
Yeah.
Of course, he understands your anger, buddy. Of course, he does. I mean, he knows he made us. We're not perfect. He knows we're not.
Yeah. Yep. And that goes with the whole. That goes with that whole.
I claim
alphabet.
his name. I belong to him, so I don't care. It's a one-on-one kind of trip. Nothing I can do. Even though I pray every night for my people that lost, man. It's a one-on-one trip.
It's just like the gifts that he gives us. We're able to do all these different things sometimes because he'll give us different gifts, but it's how we use them, or what we're doing with them. But like recently, I just said, dude, show me what you want me to be doing. Show me what you want me to be doing.
That's all you got to do.
You gave me all these things to do. Do you want me to do lapidary work, for a living? Do you want me to do, the rocks and all that? Or do you want me to go to school for firearms training? What do you want me to do? And I was standing there in line at a potluck, and this dude's all, hey, what's this on your sweatshirt? This Alphard group, what is that? And I said, oh, they do car audio. Oh, well, this might be perfect. He goes, you mean like stereos and stuff? And I was like, yeah. He's like, can you help me? And I was like, sure, what do you want me to do? He goes, I need you to program my radio channels, and can you set my clock for me? I said, not a problem. You want to do it now, or oh no, after we eat? I said, okay. So we sat there and we talked a little bit, and I showed him some different equipment and stuff that's available. And he was like, oh wow, reasonable. I said, yeah. I said, there's unreasonable also, but at the same time, it's totally different, quality wise. And I showed him the differences, and he was like, oh, okay. He goes, that makes sense. He goes, so, equipment's changed a lot, and I was like, oh yeah. And so we went out to his truck afterwards, programmed it and everything, and came back in, and he talked to another he was talking to another guy, and the dude came over and goes, hey, I'm running a youth group, with boys, and got a couple 16-year-old boys that just got a car, and the stereo's messed up in it. I was like, all right. And they're all, we heard you do that kind of stuff. I said, yeah.
Hey.
And I mean,
there you go. You're the stereo guy now, dude.
Yeah.
You can be that guy. So you got a stereo. You got a stereo problem. I got a guy.
Yeah.
That was what. That's all you got to be. Find something with it. You can be the guy. You know what I mean? So.
And I kind of laugh because it's like, I've been wanting to teach a kid stereo stuff. and you can't just walk down because there's no more
watch how
wood
you
shop.
say you want a kid nowadays, kid. I want
Well,
a kid that to teach
I
them
want,
stereo stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Have you
I
ever owned
want,
a stereo outfit or
no, but I've
installation
worked
place?
in one. I've worked in one, and I've worked with a bunch of installers, and I used to even do all the wiring in the back of when you go to like stereo shops or Walmart, even when they had the walls of stereos hooked up there with all the speakers, and you could push the buttons on what you wanted to hear, like what
Thank you.
speakers to what radio and stuff. I did all that
Yeah, I
for
did
2 years.
Put it on Craigslist. So you say you got stereo problems in your car. Let me help you out. I'm the guy. You know, and
Yeah,
see how
well,
many little jobs you get out of it.
yeah.
You know.
And I
always
was
found
looking at it.
telling them upright, just what you owe me. This ain't no favor. This is what you owe me. You know, get paid. Did you like putting in stereo stuff?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it for the most part. There are some parts that I think are a pain in the ass. I'll admit it, But if you even look, as a mechanic, yes, you can enjoy turning wrench, but there are cars that you just kind of cringe when you see them at the shop.
Take people gold mining. Take people gold mining. A rocking.
I asked him about that though. I asked it up, is that something you
maybe
want
some
me to do,
liabilities with that though,
Yeah. Besides rattlesnakes
definitely
and
had to have,
common.
yeah, you definitely had to have a disclaimer with an LLC, That way,
Yeah.
They can attack your business, but they can't attack your home shit,
Yeah.
Because there'd be some liabilities probably with that, unless you just had a little dirt pile and here's a dirt pile. Take some of it. Let me show you how to do it, and sell them the
Right.
stuff to go do it themselves. Let me train you how to pan for gold. That's a big thing.
Hey,
there, man.
Rhino was asking if you were doing on-air radio stuff before.
Well, thanks for noticing there, big guy, and welcome to the Country Kicking KRAB Radio. Only you too can decide what you want to listen to. No, I never did radio. I had aspirations, but no. Been on TV a couple times, but no radio. I do have a pacer radio, that's for sure. Being a handsome handsome Batman, I'm telling you, I'm a handsome Batman. But yeah, man, I always liked. I could have done it. I've always had that kind of voice, and people go, "Do you do radio?" I've been asked that 100 times, 1,000 times, maybe. But thank you, man. I just have one of them voices, you know what I mean? People, most voices are different. And some people got a way of toning in and toning out. I don't know. I enunciate a little bit. I try to be clear in how I speak. Once in a while, I get a little slow, start throwing some Texas slang in it, and I can't help it because one Texan, always a Texan, no matter how long you live in New Mexico. And or Florida or whatever, I've lived all over. But I've had a good time being just, I don't know, man. I was a fisherman. I loved fishing. And I did it for a living for a lot of years. And I did tugboating, everything to do with boats, crew boats, offshore supply boats, tugboats, I used to tanker ships, so you know that kind of stuff. No, I'd never been on. I never said I've been on radio. I had one moment, locked myself in. I got mad, wanted to come in with the jaws of life. I took over a radio station one time. I wasn't on the radio. I was, but I wasn't, so to speak. Uh-oh, here comes somebody.
Just like brother. There we go.
Who that, man?
I swapped channels or swapped devices.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm fixing to click away, man. And figure I'd come up here and hang out with you for a little bit.
Okay.
You been doing good?
I've been doing all right. I could be better, but yeah.
You talked to Dabo lately?
Yeah, he was in here earlier.
He doing okay? Him and Mama?
I think so.
I don't know. I go through there once in a while. I had to resubscribe to his channel and your channel.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. It just kicks people out every once in a while.
Yeah, it does.
But and that's weird because y'all about the only channels I go on. You know what I mean? I got a few people I go on, but y'all are definitely ones like, you know, if you're on, I come by.
Yeah.
You know, I've been for a little bit to go, hey, bug off. What's happening? I don't know, man. Our world's getting strange, buddy. They're trying their best. They're trying their best to bring us to wars. Keep your powder dry and have your bug out ready. And, you know, y'all prepare for it. Start preparing for it now because they're fixing to get weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be scare events or if we're actually going to start thumping each other. You know, all them. You know, they got our border. They're letting them in. You just see all the young men headed this way. You'll freak out. You'll freak out if you look around. I'd say go to X22 report on Rumble and check that out. Tonight's episode. I mean, it's crazy.
Right.
It's not immigration. It's an invasion.
Right. It really is.
What are we going to do? You know.
Well,
we're just sitting here taking it. The people we trusted. I'm hoping our military's paying attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're still our military.
Right.
You know. It wasn't just a op. You know. All right, dude. I'm gonna slide out of here. It was cool to see you.
All right, brother. Well, I was gonna tell you, these are kind of the subjects I wanted to talk about, even if it meant getting dropped out of here. You know, all of it. And I'm talking all of it. And you are the perfect one to have up here because.
Well, hold on. Let me grab some water.
Yeah. Well, come on.
It is a real scary time right now. And I honestly have been having a calling for this because all this goes together that I've been talking about tonight.
Well, you know what it
From
is. We're having
staying,
an awakening, bro. There's
yeah,
woke and there's awakening. Okay.
yeah. Well,
I mean,
you know what CERN is, and with having Shiva the Destroyer there, that's not a good thing because even biblically, dude, Satan comes out of a hole in the ground. That thing's a perfect spiral. And they're talking about opening doorways and shit into other dimensions. I mean, this is stuff that we really, really shouldn't be doing and might as well be full on, you know.
I don't, I'll be straight up with you. I'm not off into that, or really even considered that subject. But in the reality of what's going on is, they've been lying to us for years. They've been stealing elections for years. People have been put into office and placed into office for years. Do you actually think Nancy Pelosi could last that long, or Schumer, or McConnell? These people that's been there, or Biden, that's been there for over 40 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let me use a Joe Biden. Come on, man. Use your brain. You know, there's so much stuff. You if you didn't think there was something going on right now, you wouldn't know about Joe Biden's $40,000 or $200,000 that his brother gave him and it all went through different companies that they had false companies they'd set up to wash it, and each time it was a repayment of loan. You know what I mean? So, it's he's got a lot of troubles going on right now, and everybody keeps hollering impeach him. They can't impeach him. You know why? What is the reason you cannot impeach Joe Biden? Because he's not really president.
Yeah.
The commander in chief is Donald Trump. Don't think for a second that we're not in. We're at war. He claimed we were at war when they attacked us in the insurrection. They completed the insurrection on January 6th. The insurrection was November 4th or 3rd, or whatever election day was. Okay. And then they finished it on January 6th. That's, they got them, there's a lot of deep doo-doo going down. It's amazing. The same guy that, been setting Trump up forever, that he's being just all the time. It's always the same people, time and time again, keep showing up. You know what I mean? Right. And it's a cartel, bro. It is a deep state, and it is going down.
Yeah,
they're actively trying to clean the swamp, so to speak. And I think that's what all these going into Ukraine was, a cleansing operation to get the neocons and Nazis out of his back door. And not to mention the other biolabs and stuff there. You got piece of shit Fauci. He had a COVID lab in Montana. Yeah. That he got samples from Wuhan.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, it's a lot of evil people right now and it's going on. It's the good guys against the bad guys. It's not Democrat against Republican right now. You know, it's us and the crazy against the crazies.
Even though I did make a good one for the word Democrat. Devil immersed men over Christ. What was it? Christ. Raging or ravaging
I say spit it out, boy. You're killing me.
all tribes. That's what it was. Devil immersed men over Christ, ravaging all tribes. Democrat. The
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Destroyer of worlds.
Dude, it's Soros, dude. I mean, that dude, he's a big time bad guy.
Yeah, and so is Gates. Gates wants to mow down the forest and bury it.
Yeah. You know, they bought up all our farmland, a lot of our farmland.
Yeah.
Right near our military bases.
Yes.
You know, and all this, you know, everything that Trump had in line to keep the machine going, lower taxes, energy at all-time low, no wars. He totally reversed, and we're totally going into fucking chaos.
Yeah.
And it's not just him tripping up the stairs that scares me, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they catch homie wearing masks all the time, you know.
Right. Well, they catch everybody wearing masks and stuff.
No, I'm talking about rubber mask. Is it really even him?
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple of shots where, you know, you like had these big old Kirk Douglas dimple, you know, which he doesn't have.
Yeah.
But I mean, exaggerated cartoon Kirk Douglas chin clip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they show extra plastic behind his neck. You know, I mean, it was pretty. You could tell that motherfucker was wearing a mask, and it could have been just a Joe Biden mask. Because what they can do nowadays with, you know, it's just, you know, not they would have a Hollywood artist there anywhere. You know.
Oh no. I mean, it's bad enough that they slipped up and actually said that there are crisis actors going around to schools to do these acting crisis with the children. You know, I mean, and they said it,
dude. They're after our children because they've been. I mean, they trying to make our men feminine.
Yeah.
You know, they're taking the man's role in the family out. They're trying to make women benign, like we don't need them, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they putting guys in their sports. Come on, man. Is that, you know? Hey, dude. LGBTQ, all them stuff, people there. Hey, I'll get freaky all you want with yourself, but don't push it in my face and you think you got any kind of right to tell me what to do because you're yelling. Because it don't work.
Well, one of my favorites is I saw a video straight up. Dude goes, "Hey, officers, can I walk around with my dick hanging out?"
Yeah,
and they're all, as long as it's not erect and you're not masturbating, you can. And I'm like sitting there going, are you serious? What the heck?
Did you want to run over there and try it?
No, it just made me like appalled that these people are. Bro, come on now. Talk about get a grip, and somebody needs Jesus.
Somebody didn't need Jesus. They didn't even have a mommy or daddy. I don't know, man. And God bless the people that didn't, but you know, a lot of people that didn't have mom and daddy still had a brain. You know what I mean?
Right.
Was raised by competent people. So I mean, dude, there's just so much stuff going on right now. I mean, it's they're trying to keep Trump in court and stuff like that, dude. And what gets me is he keeps showing up. I hope they don't somebody take his ass out. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the biggest thing I worry about, him getting snuffed.
Yeah.
You know, if he does, we're pretty much fucked, I think.
Yeah.
I ain't putting it all on his shoulders. There's a lot of people that are with him, good men, you know, real generals, not TV generals.
Yeah. Because I mean,
they're trying
to
mix our societies to make one mixture of society. Nobody having identities or nothing, you know.
Right. Well, that's part of separating and keeping everybody focused on themselves, you know, versus us coming together as one. Because
look at there, Mr. Gandalf just got in here. Hi, Gandalf. What's up? Who's that, man?
Huh? Jason
Who
here.
that? Who?
Jason snuck in here. While we were talking.
I come in like a thief in the night.
Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. You better die. Oh, rock and roll, yeah.
But
I couldn't sleep.
Yeah. It just, I don't know, man. We're getting, like Randall said, it's scary times, and yeah, it's true, we are.
Think how many conspiracies have turned out to be true?
Right.
Russia is a hoax.
Right.
Fake news.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, then you have.
I'm still waiting on the whole Red Dawn situation coming up.
You know, it's coming, brother. We were just talking about that earlier. You know, that's why they're fighting hard to get our guns. But it'd be a little more ass.
They can fight all they want. They ain't getting mine.
All mine went down in the river on my boat when it sank. You know.
I woke up one day and they were all gone, officer. I have no idea where they're at.
I figured you guys already came and did a sweep while I was gone.
Right?
No, I lost I had all the registration numbers, but I don't know where they went.
Were we supposed to keep those?
I don't know, man. All I got is a beat up shotgun anyway. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? I love mine. I call her Lucille.
Huh?
I call her Lucille.
I call mine Annie.
Annie. You don't want Annie.
Exactly.
you know, being a country boy, I hit at what I shoot at when I go harvesting my venison and my elk and my rabbits and my squirrels, you know, and geese and ducks and grouse. And if I can hit them, I reckon I can hit it just about anything.
Yeah. Oh, that's like shooting at cheeses,
What?
man.
Yeah, I love that shit. You're shooting at little pieces of broke off clay pigeons, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I got my ass chewed for doing that, shooting a bunch of targets that were already there. So, Game
Really?
Warden was saying that I needed to clean up a bunch of that. And I was like, man. And I was like, I'm going to bring some biodegradable targets next time. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, something. I said, you'll see. And he came out telling me I needed to start picking up my targets. And bro, before I could even make it halfway out there, most of them had been packed off by the little birds and stuff that were waiting for me to shoot the damn things. All the cheeses were gone and stuff. And he's like, what was that? The animals took it. I said, those were Cheez-Its and saltines. And he's like, oh, you're trying to get smart? And it's like, no, you told me, biodegradable. I said, so I took it a step further. Biodegradable or edible.
And fed it to the environment. Oh.
Yeah. And and kind of hard to shoot at 100 yards plus or 100 meters even.
Yeah, well, you better quit. You better quit shooting them saltines, and except to make sure it's still on site, and then
it's a 2-inch by 2-inch target. 2-inch by 2 inches is a saltine, and a 1-inch by 1-inch target is a Cheez-It.
That's a good shot.
Yeah. And I like doing it with iron sights, but I'd like to have longer range, to shoot further.
I haven't ever tried to shoot it with glasses on my iron sights, but I do have an iron sight, on to the right of my scope. So if they come at close quarters, I can drop an iron sight down, I like that.
Yeah.
And it just picks up real quick. But
I don't know if mine's still
pretty much fun.
Yeah.
I like shooting long distance. I like shooting my 7 mag. That's a fun gun to shoot.
Yeah.
And my good old 30.
Yeah, I love to shoot long distance.
My good old 30-06 to kill anything that walks. Yeah, that's 150 grain to 180 grain. I use 180 grain for elk, 150 for mule deer, and it does the job quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I call it Dr. Kevorkian assisted.
174 grain.
Man, I don't even use use any shock ammo or anything, man. I just a well placed shot with enough in it, it's good. Just good old cheap Walmart shit. I don't care.
Hell, that shock ammo you talk about, dude, that stuff's some deadly shit. Because I was shooting with that and punching 1/4-inch plate with it for the 308 Winchester, and I started laughing because Federal has that Hydroshock ammo marked down as deer ammo. And I'm sitting here going, I'm going to be shooting this at my little white-tailed deer, and this is what you guys are saying to use for my 308? And I'm punching through the actual steel target that I'm using. This isn't good. That's when I started realizing that screw this. I'm going to my 52 grain, 52 grain spear, 52 grain hollow point in a 224 projectile, and that'll take our white-tailed deer out here, no problem.
Yeah.
Well, Bubba is. Let's be realistic. You can take the deer you got in California with a 22.
Yeah, that's all I ever hunted in Texas. I kill more deer with a 22 than I have anything.
Same here.
Yeah, I've killed a lot of shit with the 22. But my favorite was turkeys are legal here to hunt with 22s.
Really, we can hunt grouse, but I don't think we can. I don't know we can. We might be able to hunt turkey with a rifle. That'd be cool. I gotta.
Here I think it's shotguns only.
See, and in California you can use the 22 rimfire, and that's what I always took turkey hunting. Of course, if something else stepped in the way, you figure it out. Headshot's a headshot, no matter what color feathers it is. Some just make better targets than others. I can't help it.
Just stepped right in the way.
Yeah, but those red targets, man, I mean, they were littered all over the shooting range when I was a kid. I just naturally like shotgun shell casings and shit like that. When I was a kid, that's the stuff we used to try and shoot at.
Yeah, hell yeah. We used to shoot clothespin on a clothesline. If you made it, if you made it spin, you hit it right. If you shattered it, you didn't hit it right.
Yeah,
you had to hit the very tip of the bottom.
Yeah,
to make it spin, and if you shot in the middle, you had to put something in the bucket. I don't remember what we bet back in days, but yeah, my grandpa, he was like Jed Clampett. That fucker could shoot, dude. I ain't kidding you. And he taught me how to shoot and respect for firearms, and I've seen the first time I shot a squirrel that he was happy the way I did it, and he said, just remember, when it leaves that barrel, you can't call that bullet back.
Amen.
And it goes a long, long, long ways, and you always have a background for it. So I really enjoyed shooting a 22, and then I got into a 22 mag. That was fun. And then I went to a 22 Hornet, which was my hog gun. Dude, that would kill a hog just like a laser. Crack. But I've always wanted to get me one of them 17 Remingtons, man. I always wanted one for coyote gun. My buddy let me shoot his a few times. Man, I don't even want my 22s anymore, I want that. That thing.
The only thing bad about the 17 Remingtons is they throat the barrel really bad. They wear out that.
I don't know, man. That's the most. I'm telling you, he had this thing laser sighted in. That son bitch.
Oh yeah,
it was incredible for way out there too.
Yeah, and, that 17 on the 17 Remington, it's the last time I looked it up with the powder available that I use, it was moving that projectile at 7,265 feet a second out the muzzle. I was like, not for real.
I don't think it's that. I had to look. I don't think it's that bad. But with 22, it comes out about 1,200 preps. And a mag comes out about 15. So, you know, I mean, come on. I don't
No,
know,
but
man.
it's because the 17 Remington is a 223 casing neck down to a 17.
If I had to do it all over again, I've got a really sweet Colt 5.56 NATO.
Yeah.
I kind of wished I'd have got the 308, but the NATO's is pretty, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
308, you can just find it in such good quantities, you know, cheap.
Yeah.
And NATO at 5.56 NATO is kind of expensive, but I think it's a more reliable round. But I think the 308's got a little more knockdown.
That's got a lot more. It's got a little more carry to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my favorite caliber is 308.
Yeah, yeah. That's the only thing I regret. I have a target barrel Colt with adjustable stock and dot scope. I mean, it's pretty fun. But you can damn sure spend some money going to target range on it. And but that's about all. I like my long guns, man. I love my 7 mag. I just love shooting that son of a bitch. It's just it's a Savage 7mm mag. It's got the plastic stock and shit on it. It's real light. Kind of kicks the hell out, especially if you're shooting a fast load. And but man, it will reach out and touch things that you didn't think was possible.
They're a good canyon gun, that's for sure.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, it shoots flat. Good pronghorn gun. That's what I use it for.
7 mag's a good elk gun as well. Well, so is the 308.
I took probably my best elk with my 7 mag.
Not bad, bud.
But you know what? After all the elk I've killed, with all the deer, all the elk I've killed with a 30-06, never took a step. Not one of them. I had to go find that son of a bitch,
Right.
and I hit him perfect, dude. When we cut him open, I had busted his heart and everything. He's still running about 200 yards. You know, and it went by. I threw him so fast it wasn't hardly much blood either. You know, I was kind of up close on him when I just turned the corner and there he was. You know, I call him the smiley buck. He died with a smile on his face. That was funny as shit.
It was 4,300 feet a second.
Yeah. That's getting with it.
Yeah. I forgot which one it was, but there's something out there that's 7,000 foot that's like one of those cartridges where it's a tiny ass bullet out behind a big cartridge.
300 Win Mag?
Huh, wonder what we're talking about now.
But shit, I'd love to put a chronograph in front of that paper match.
Right? That's why I love my paper match, man. It's just one of a kind, that's for sure.
Oh, man.
Talk about a distance, man.
He's got a 30-50. Mr. Duggar.
What the hell? Really?
Yeah. 30-50 is.
My Max Mike's grandpa had it made for me.
Somebody pet that dog.
Hi, Mosey. How you doing, Bubby? How you doing? You having fun with Papa?
Yeah, he's a little talking tonight.
Yeah.
I have on one of my shorts. I have does your dog talk? My German Shepherd. You ever watch it? You can tell him. He says, I don't know. And when I asked him, I said, well, why won't they let you outside? He definitely says, I don't know. And then I asked him, I said, do you want to go outside? And he goes, yeah. He shakes his head up and down, dude. I swear to God, dude, that dog could talk. He was the most vocal dog I ever had. You didn't have an interaction with him that he didn't talk to you. You know, he had to say something. He just, you know.
Yeah. I honestly believe that if we open our hearts and our minds on a different level than a day-to-day level, we can actually hear our animals talking to us, and they will speak to us. But I think it's kind of like
Moses. Go ahead.
I think it's the whole people too caught up in the bullshit going on in the day-to-day to not see, you know, not be able to see the good things that are going on and be able to, you know, open themselves up to a higher level.
What I'm hoping is any of the witnessing we're doing for them about the Lord Jesus Christ, and to make them aware what, if they don't want to accept that, what reality is right now in the state of our world, not just the United States, the world. They have a plan. They have a plan to take over the freaking world, and I think there's a few leaders out there that are trying to nip that in the bud right now. You know, and I thoroughly believe that, and I pray for that, and you know, I think we have God as a shield and a warrior, and I think we will prevail because we are one nation under God. I mean, our divisions are coming from within, but I think that's just the devil. You know what I mean? And it's evil. You know, if you don't stand up in a dent and call a hammer a hammer when it's a hammer, how's anybody going to know there's a hammer available or there's a subject about a hammer? Hey, we got evil around us. Pay attention to the evil around us. The people that are in office that are voting against common sense shit. It's just common sense to do it. You know, but no, they're going to fight that. You know, our own FBI, when a senator or when a congressman asks you for something that you have and you stonewall him and not give it to him or give him these bullshit answers they give him to protect, you know, to stall. I can't talk about that. We have an ongoing investigation. That's the biggest one they got, you know, and they use it constantly. No, kiss my ass. The hell with your investigation. You tell me what you know, or I'm gonna lock you up, and your ass gonna go sit in jail. You know. You know, these are the people that are the people's representatives. You don't get no higher than that. You know, the president is the nation representative. The Congress people are the real people in charge in the Senate. You know, and when you see how closely we are in the Senate, and we have such a narrow margin in the House of Representatives, it's crazy. Everybody in the Republican panel voted for Mike Johnson for Speaker of the House. Oh my God, we got a real conservative running the show up there.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, and he's a God-fearing man. You know, let's hope he's not really a Jack No-show, you know what I mean? But I think I think he's probably one of the most outspoken guys out there. You know, you try to lay something down that ain't true, he'll say, "Hey, wait a minute, that's not true." You know what I mean? He don't mind telling them, "Hey, you shut up. Let me tell you what the real facts are." And you know, but I think that the reason they're hoping that, you know, the Democrats remove Biden and so they don't have to impeach him because you can't really impeach him if he's not president.
Right.
You
Which
know?
makes me almost wonder, because I saw a thing about them starting the process of impeachment on him.
Impeachment inquiry. Why
Okay.
didn't they run with the ball like the Democrats did on Trump? They didn't have
Right.
they went straight to impeachment. They didn't have a impeachment inquiry.
Right. And with everything going on with Biden's son and all the emails and
It's not
the
just his son.
laptop,
They got 10 family members have got money. 10.
yeah,
It's an organization, bro. Everybody there's getting money. He recognized his little granddaughter at last. I think she's even getting a shot. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm telling you,
it probably is.
I mean, everything's paying back a loan with them guys. The guy's a danger to our country, dude. He's paid off.
Yeah,
he
he is.
bought and paid off. He was in a pen. He had a place over there at the university. It was the Chinese pen place. The Chinese were running the show over there.
Right.
Have you noticed China gets everything it wants?
Yes.
You know, but you know who's the biggest threat is the MAGA terrorists, extremist terrorists. They're calling the MAGA people terrorists. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah.
But you know, you get the Karens and the Eddies out there that are just looking up, going, "That bastards," you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they bring him charges up 2 years ago? Why'd they wait till he got in the middle of his campaign?
Yeah.
They left him alone till he announced his campaign for presidency. That's why it took him so long to go ahead and say, "Yeah, I'm running."
Yeah.
As soon as he said it like that, the mechanisms kick back up.
Yeah.
You know, we got a bunch of soft ass people in red states, attorney generals, that should be bringing all kinds of charges against all of them.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
Yeah. Well,
they want to go to lawfare. Let's go to the lawfare.
My state, you know, even because he's already been told twice by the Supreme Court, your assault weapons ban is unconstitutional. And now he wants to bring up the 28th Amendment to make guns harder to get, no more assault weapons, which we already talked about that. There's no such thing as an assault weapon.
That's just a military form issued for an assault.
Not even. Because me taking my lighter and throwing it at you could be a form of assault, or I could just toss it to you to where you catch it. I mean, it's all on how the action is done, not the actual item used. You know, because
that's why I say, why didn't they ban knives? You know, the guy stabbed that girl to death. Why didn't they have an outcry to ban the knives? Because it's not the knife or the gun; it's the person using it. It's hard to control.
Yep. We need to ban criminals. Oh wait, that means actually putting them into jail and doing something with them afterwards. You know, whether it be put them in, you know, get rid of them. They want 5 million, go for it.
Right now in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., there are stores that have pictures of items of stuff to buy instead of actual inventory out on shelves, because everybody's doing gang robberies on them. Just a bunch of them run in and run out the door.
Yeah.
You know? And then when you buy somebody carjacks you. You know?
No. My favorite is this one. My favorite is this one. as dude's running out the store with said stolen goods, you hit him with your car. Not on purpose, not like I'm catching the bad guy type of shit. He literally runs out in front of you like a kid could or anything else, you know, a dog, a cat, you know, whatever. Just a total accident. And because that dumbass is carrying 2 lead batteries or 4 lead batteries and they break his leg and spills lead acid all over him, now he's suing my ass for hitting him. Yet, first of all, the fuckers are criminal. So you're going to look over his criminal activity of stealing these 4 batteries, but now you're prosecuting me because I hit him and now he's suing me. That's stupid shit. Back in the day, they would have said I was a hero, even if it was an accident, because I stopped the criminal.
Well, you know, back in the day, they didn't have to put warning signs. Don't drink the juice in this battery, but they got to put that on there now.
Yeah. Same with radiator fluid.
Think about it. Exactly.
I wish they'd just peel all the damn stickers off, and the people that are stupid enough to do it, please do.
Where'd you go, bro?
Uh-oh.
Maybe we're over talking him. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Jason,
but it just,
where did you go? He come back?
Son might have died. No. His son might have died. It just, I mean, it's... Oh, he's in bed. He's getting tired.
Gandalf, I used to work on shrimp boats, and I've seen some amazing things offshore, and a few things here in New Mexico. And when I say a few, I mean a few. More than once, more than twice, more than 3 times here in New Mexico. But I've seen them several times when I was shrimping. You know, you wouldn't be able to see nothing but the stars because there wasn't a rig light, there wasn't other boats, nothing. You're out there in the middle of nowhere. And I've seen some shit. I'm convinced I've seen spaceships fighting. I'm convinced. You know, I seen something going through the water one night that was very luminous. It could have been a big ray and hitting the plankton in the water. I might could. It's the only thing I can think it could be the width of the swish and it kept almost like a what do you call them damn things, the boomerang, almost like a boomerang type front, you know, under the water is a definite line is what I'm saying. And it was moving water, you know, so that was pretty weird. And I seen what I think was us shooting some kind of bolted ray into the air at UFOs off Cape Canaveral. You know, I've actually was on a shrimp boat then, and I was watching. I seen these UFOs, and I think from the distance from where I was watching, it might have been on other side. I don't know where that they had that station at, but it looked like they were shooting laser bolts. I'm not kidding you. At whatever was there, and almost came close to it. You know, it appeared to be close. But there was 2 of them, and they split. And when they split, dude, we got nothing like that. Not if we put 10 times the rocket power that we throw one of them rascals up to make one cruise off like that. It was just like immediately acceleration. It was across the sky and out of sight.
Yeah.
There wasn't no watching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just like zoop, it was gone.
I've seen stuff like that down south, and I've seen it a couple times out up north more. Like when I was out by Tionesta and Newell and everything. And it wasn't military jets because whatever was in front of it, there was 2 jets after it, whatever it was, but it took off and they were still sitting there. You know, and they weren't playing around for being jets.
Yeah. You know, I don't know, man. There's a lot of unexplainable things that we can't, you know, verify, or so everything we say is allegedly, you know.
Yeah.
I do think there's going to be a scare event. Everybody needs to understand.
Yeah.
We might go to a physical war here on United States grounds.
I think
our
have a
our
bad
missile or something
feeling.
launched down a, you know.
I have a bad feeling it's actually going to come within. And the scary thing was, is I was reading an article talking about Mexico being mad at China. You know, for to come through and do some projects, you know, down there that they shouldn't be doing. You know, training facility or some shit like that.
I got to get rid of some of this water. I'll be back.
All right, brother. Well, no. No. You're okay, you know.
There is Ashley.
Hi, Ash.
Hi, my queen.
How are you?
Hi,
So I watched 2 movies recently, and I'm gonna recommend both of them. They were on the Tube movies and stuff. One is called Armageddon, but it's not the normal Armageddon that we've all seen. And then the other movie was called I'm pretty sure it was Prepper and not Prepped. But at first I thought it was going to be kind of like a lame ass movie, but it actually turned out to be a decent movie. Yeah.
What was it about?
Uh,
being ready when nobody else was.
Post-apocalyptic. And 2 school teachers basically learning how to shoot and everything like that, and guns, and looking at ideas for land, or a fallout shelter decided to shelter at home, and realize that they basically have to come together with their neighbors to be able to defend everybody. You know, like their house got robbed one night, and then a couple days later or so, or the next day or something like that, it was 4 armed guys telling the neighbors that they wanted the food, we want your food, and those people didn't have any. So dude came out with some food and was like, I'll give it up. But yeah, it was cool. It was something to think about, kind of to open people's eyes. Ashley says hi, Mimi.
It's
say hi to Ashley.
A lot of people that don't know how to harvest wild game or fish, or are in for a rude awakening if it ever goes down like that,
Yeah,
a lot of cows walking around. I ain't going hungry.
It's just like the preserving of the meat, without refrigeration. With only one ingredient.
People who know how to salt.
Yeah.
You got salt. Smoking it is probably the best way.
Yeah, but salt cure works too.
Yeah, salt cure works, and being able to jar, being able to jar your own food, grow your own food. We did that so much when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Because we always had a huge garden. We raised our own chickens, ducks, cattle. We weren't into eating lambs or goats or nothing, but we had rabbits. I had a shitload of rabbits, dude. And I fished a lot, and ran trout lines for catfish and limb lines and stuff like that. And we always, and then I got into shrimp, and we always had freezers and stuff. I'd stack, I'd take home a whole box of shrimp, 100 pounds at a time, and we'd put it up in the freezer. But because I could get a box of shrimp for cheap when I was catching them. You know what I mean? I had to pay for them. You're allowed to take 3 or 4 pounds and take a mess of shrimp home. But if you're going to take like a box of shrimp, you got to just pay the crew. And the way we had it, we sold to one company, Western Seafood, and we had to give him a cut of whatever we went out, because we got fuel from him and that kind of stuff. So, but we'd put it up, and fish and stuff like that. We'd freeze, and the invention of the Sila meals, man, that was a big advancement for freezing food. But we
Right.
was already canning so much stuff, we've everything
Yeah.
from our garden was canned, everything.
Well,
And then we'd gather stuff like muscadine grapes and make jelly out of it, and blackberries, mulberries, and we had a shitload of pecan trees too. We'd pick them up to
yeah.
sell them, but we also had some cracked for us. And yeah, I had a great childhood, dude, man. I mean, I was in FFA, 4-H.
Yeah. FFA's where I got my or FFA, but the 4-H. We got 4-H and Boy Scouts is what I was in, and Weeblos first. But when I was in 4-H, that's when I got my hunter safety course.
You got your what?
Went through hunter safety.
Oh, okay. We did the Cub Scouts. I think that's as far as I didn't go to. No, we went to Weeblos. Yeah, we was in Weeblos for a little bit. Then we moved. But I was a Cub Scout. And I actually went. Actually, it was the first time I was on TV. It was with my Cub Scout troop, and we was on the Colonel Christopher show out of Corpus Christi, Texas. And they had cartoons and stuff like that. But it was the Colonel Christopher show. I'll never forget that, man. We showed potato animals. I had a duck. But yeah, it's weird how that memory came back. I hadn't thought about that in years.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not that hard to grow food.
No, it's not.
And you'd be surprised how little bit of a patch you have to make to grow you a year's supply of food. Or months supplies.
Yeah.
You can grow you enough supplementing vegetables to last you all year. I mean, we grew lettuce. We never grew any celery. I always wanted to grow celery. Figure out how that was grown, but we grew radishes, beans, squash, watermelons, cantaloupes, tomatoes out the ass, okra, potatoes, and my daddy loved planting peanuts. He loved his peanuts, so we always grew a bunch of peanuts, which I've always found pretty interesting, digging it. But peanuts are like potatoes. You dig them up. You don't know how many you really got till you dig them up. But boy, we used to cook them. We used to grow them little red potatoes and put them with some fresh snap beans. Oh, cornbread. Oh my God. Oh, dude, that's a piece. That was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we grew eggplant. All kinds of shit, man. We did everything but grow.
That's what I think a lot of people are missing these days, is the whole, just
Well, I had
kind of back at home kind of stuff versus wanting everything out of the grocery store.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know.
Well, Jeff, man, I'm gonna hang it up for the night. Thanks for having me up here.
All right, brother.
I done tried to leave
Glad
3
you came
times.
up. Yeah, well.
I figure I come hang with you though. It was good to see you. It's been a while since me and you had a bit jabber online. And,
Yep.
How many people you got watching us?
Right now we got 1. 2.
1. Thank
Yeah, we got
you.
people now.
Wonderful people sitting there. Let's just rattle on. We're
Yep.
here. We're
Thank
not,
you,
we're,
guys.
That it's been fun, man. And I'm gonna leave you with this. This is my thought. It's all right to be kind and love thy fellow neighbor, but when your neighbor's trying to kill your old lady and kids, take their ass out.
Right.
Fire these politicians, every one of them.
Yeah.
You know, and let them start over. You know, and
let's
have go to paper one day elections. You know.
Yeah.
If you can't make it, well, everybody's gonna be there to count the vote at the same time. Ain't no machine can be tricked. Nobody can shut down nobody can shut down no place while other people stay there and stuff ballots in. It's gonna be hand counted. And that's the way it needs to be done.
Yeah. And no more small print.
That's it.
And the bills and everything, if you have
Single
anything
bills.
going right. No riding on some other bill's back or any of that hidden crap. It's all got to be out in the open now. And if you do
audit, and when money's given, audit to the dime how much is out there. If I had a business and you loan me $10,000 to run your business, you'd expect a explanation wherever I spent every penny of your money on that business.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Just like if I went and got a FFL license, you have to have everything written down, all your I's crossed, all your T's crossed. If you get a Class A, you got to have your logbook completely done, basically the whole time. You can't be too far behind in your logbook or they can pull you. That's huge fines. So why not do that all the way around? But then that stops corruption.
We hired these people to manage our money. They're not managing our money. They're misusing our money, our treasures, America's treasures.
Yeah.
They're not held accountable. We're $33 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
Okay. And
they want us to pay for it. They want us to pay for it. That's even the more asinine account of the whole thing.
You got people like DeSantis wanting to get rid of Social Security. Yeah. Something I worked my whole life to and was my plan on way I was retiring, because y'all took money from me. And I could expect a check once a month, which thank God I get right now. But I'm scared to death. One of these days, well, here, Doug, here's a little check. We're going to pay you off, and you're done. You know how long?
Right.
Money doesn't last like that.
No, it doesn't. No.
Especially with high inflation. With the money I get, I do all right. I got a little extra money put on, and I'm a player, man. I don't just sit around and wish I had something. If I want something, I get out and I earn it and get it. I'm good at what I do. I got a gift of gab. I know how to talk to people and find out their wants and needs, and I satisfy want and need. I get paid, and so I get a little extra here and there, and I make it. But there's some people that just have that. There's now the welfare state. You got all these people laying up on welfare because they didn't went and had 3 or 4 kids. Daddy left, and nobody got money for the kids, or the mama's got 4 babies, all from different daddies. You know,
Yeah,
that's
and each
bullshit.
daddy's paying. Each daddy's paying, and what's crazier is they don't go and check how much each dad is paying and take that into consideration for the mothers. So these mothers
And
are
then,
making $3,500 a month easy sometimes off of having these 4 dads, and they're still getting assistance and everything like that. And they're making more money off of that than they would an actual real job.
see, that's one thing about Texas. Texas will come to New York to get your ass for child support.
Yeah.
They will. They'll come to New Mexico and get your ass and take you back to Texas and take you to court and tell you, okay, we're going to tell you this again. You need to pay child support.
Right.
You know, and they don't play. You know, and
Seeing
the thing about the system is there's a lot of good dads out there that with just accusations from people. The man
lost
is
everything.
automatically in the wrong because they split up, and then
Right.
the mom is shown, given custody,
Yep.
and it's not even split custody, even
Nope.
though somebody's trying to be cordial and go, we got to.
That's right.
That's when my ex finally got it into her head that I was not going to go away, and that I was a good dad, and I finally had to. I said, I just want to talk to you. I said, we have a kid to raise. We went to court, and it bit her hard. I got a fair judge, believe it or not, and it didn't go her way, and I only had to pay $300 a month because she had a lot of money herself, which I had helped set her up to make that kind of money.
Yeah.
And when she figured she had this money coming in, but she didn't need my ass anymore. Well, we had disagreements, and I fucked up. I did. I admit it. It's my fault. But I was still a good daddy. I was the first one to ever see my baby's eyes. I caught my baby. Okay, so you can't tell me that ain't my baby, and you can't tell me I can't have time with my baby. And that's all I wanted was a fair shake to have the influence and having some kind of say into how my daughter was raised. And I had no doubt that she was a good mom. Okay, I've not once ever claimed that she's a terrible mother. She's a wonderful mother. I did good. I chose the right girl to have my baby. I did. I admit it. And I've told her that. But, hey, our jelly beans didn't match, we just couldn't get over who liked the red ones the most, or whatever it was. But when she finally figured out I wasn't going away, and then, that was my baby. I'm going to be involved. And she quit fucking with me, but I had no interest in her. She wanted me back. Nope, you burnt that bridge, but let's continue on the way we are. And no, I don't want to go out on a date with you just to make sure, I'm done with you. And when you only thing I ever told her is not to use my kid as a weapon or a pawn to achieve something.
Yeah,
exactly
but unfortunately, I was gonna say, unfortunately, though, a lot of women do. And
you know what got her screwed is when she ran over me with her car, not once but twice. That I had just paid off her car, and they got a new car, and she run me over. My daughter wouldn't seatbelt it in there right, and I reached in to fix her seatbelt, and her mom goes, "He's trying to get her," and she throwed it in reverse and knocked me down with the door, then run over my ankle, and then pulled back over me, screamed, pulled back over me. I said, "Oh, goddamn, you run over me again." I said, "Don't stop. Just stop. Just stop." She, but, what do you know? About an hour later, I got served a restraining order. Me.
Yeah.
I'm the one
Yeah.
that got the restraining order.
Yeah.
Never asked, "Is this true?" or whatever. They just gave it to her.
See, and she tried to do that, but there was no proof or anything, you know.
You don't need proof. You don't need. You got $50. They'll put a restraining on you in New Mexico.
Well, thank God I'm not out here
Whatever
in
they paid,
California.
I don't fucking.
But the lady also at the store called the police, got the police involved, and called family services on my ex for locking my kid in the car, and the only person that was able to get the door open fast enough was me, and the keys were in it, and the car was running.
Oh my God.
And I didn't break the window, but I got the window down, got my arms through there, you know.
Dude, you know,
but I was the bad guy, and it's like, dude, this is silly. Whatever.
Dude,
But
I just let you know, me and mine finally got where we were. You know, she was convinced, you know, that I wasn't coming back to her, or didn't want to come back to her, but I was there for my daughter. She quit fucking with me. You know what I mean? Because I gave more than the court demanded of me. I was a daddy. You know what I mean? So she can't. I talked to my daughter tonight, dude. She's over there at college. She just got her bachelor degree, and the college hired her to go recruit other students. So she got a $70,000 job the day she graduated, and that's just she's taking it because she wants to take a year off, and she's going back for her master's in conservational microbiology.
Okay.
So she's kind of not. She actually, and why she's kind of semi-famous in the conservationist area right now because she's one of 4 people that was awarded a trip to Baltimore. They had a big conference up there, and out of over 40,000 students, she was one of 4, and in her dissertation on the New Mexico raccoon won top prize out of everybody. She figured out that the weather affected the size of the raccoons, the sex of the raccoons, how many in the litter, a bunch of stuff. You know, the habits of them, the decolorations of them, the markings. She's a freak, dude. She's a freak. She's very articulate, and she's a good person. I can't believe I helped raise that person. She's just wonderful. I was totally blessed. I was totally blessed.
That is awesome.
She's, and let me tell you something, buddy. She is her daddy's daughter, though. So she is opinionated, and it's just, you know, she'll shut you down if she thinks you're jumping on her to be a smart ass or something.
That's cool. I think it'd be cool to listen to it, to listen to her paper, because I was thinking kind of the same thing about other animals, and it would make sense, you know.
Well, it does, but what was the cool part about it is it had been studied, but she was the one that proved it. You know, and by doing camera work in the field,
Heck yeah,
doing counts, and it freaked them out that she says they go well, how did you find so many subjects to watch and where you could judge their activities and stuff? She said you just got to think like a raccoon. In New Mexico, it's a little, you know, I mean, if you're a raccoon in New Mexico, you'll be near water. You
Yeah.
know, you want
Yeah.
escape avenues, and she just figured it out and was good way of getting it. And she did
Yeah.
captures and put tracking collars on them and all kinds of shit. So
Nice.
it was pretty
That's,
interesting.
see,
Very
and
proud of her.
I think that's awesome. I
Yeah,
like
she
that kind of stuff. That kind of science to me is worth funding, but stuff like CERN, I don't think we should be doing shit like that, man. We
What
don't
is
need
CERN?
that particle accelerator is what they call it, but they're able to send stuff through multiple dimensions and are receiving data back and everything, and they've got the goddess Shiva out in front of it, which they should have if it's doing particle acceleration, trying to figure out how the Big Bang Theory works and all of this, trying to play God.
Yeah.
And the scary part about
Imagine.
that one, the scary part about that one is one, Hollywood dumbing down portals and gateways to places, but two, here a giant circle is underground. Let's say they opened up a portal that was as big as that hole, and not to be funny, but Revelations 9:11, and the devil rose out of the great abyss, which an abyss is a giant hole, you know. I mean, dude, that shit ain't right. Or what if they pull in something because they split some magnetic particle or something that has actually brought, you know,
Well, they were really scared when they first fired off the nukes that they were going to split the Earth.
right.
But
what damage has it done? Because the North Pole has actually moved 45 feet in the last year. Off center. Could that be from nuclear blasts keep happening? You know what I mean? I mean, it seems like anytime people try and play God, bad shit happens. Wasn't it the Tower of Babylon or something like that, where they tried to build a tower going to the heavens?
Yeah. That's when he split us all up, where we gave us different tongues.
Yeah, I mean,
Man, I just had a Hershey bar. I hadn't had
yeah.
a Hershey bar. I hadn't had a Hershey bar in a long time. Man, them suckers are good.
Yeah. And I mean, huh?
I said I got a dark chocolate one too.
Nice.
And it's been pretty cool, man.
Uh-oh. Now I'm here all alone. What the hell? Unless that was Bub's way of saying bye. Since he already said bye 3 times. All right. Wrong button.
Yeah, I guess so. Guess it's a sign I need to get off here. I just didn't want to just drop out like that without saying something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
I don't know, man.
enjoy your dark chocolate, brother.
Well, that's probably the next time. But yeah, man,
Yeah.
everybody done did their heart down here, and everybody's telling me, Doug, come over, let me hook you up. Everybody just had
Right.
major years this year, dude.
Right.
I don't even have. Well, I growed one plant. It is so tasty. But all my boys, I don't have to worry about shit. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
They hooked
That's
me
good.
up. Got the freshies. I love the freshies.
Yeah.
And how many people's watching?
All right. We got one watching right now, so it says. So we've been on for 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 15 seconds. So we'll call it close enough. Nice. Nice.
Icky sticky.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, man. I'm out of here.
All right,
Take
brother.
care.
Okay. And on that note, I think we're going to end it, y'all. So just keep an open eye and an open mind. Think about what's going on, watching what's going on. Don't really believe all the media because paid media is one sided. And do research, because the best information is to be formed, and hopefully you have some skills, that are actual skills of survival, whether it be good in the medical field, something, firearms, how to cook, how to grow food, because all that stuff's all useful. And stay safe, stay observant. And if you don't know the real God, think about, check it out. But at the same time, I will say there are a lot of sheep or a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing. So, because I've already found some Bibles online that are not the way it was written. So, y'all have a great evening, or whenever you see this, morning, day, or night. God bless and much love. Peace. We out.